You can call me Sandruby. You can call me. You're gonna need to get an Ethernet cord. Oh crap. You can call me Sandruby. That's not my name, but that's what you can call me. And I'm handling the horror-based content for Amanda before I leave. She no longer wants me on her channel anymore, and personally, I don't blame her. But tonight we have a little spoopy thing happening. I'm gonna clean up the haunted house, and Powerwash Simulator just dropped more seasonal content. And it's great that this game keeps putting out free content. It's quite impressive, especially with how popular it is and how many people have gotten it over the years. I know Amanda picked it up after that like 3 or 4 day free trial. She was hooked. She's doing the campaign offline, but we'll be streaming some of the more interesting parts of the Muckingham Files and like the Tomb Raider or Final Fantasy VII things. Anything that's free. Like she doesn't have any interest in SpongeBob or anything like that. Including she's got so many other games to play. But as for me, I'm handling the horror content. And as of right now, I will be streaming tomorrow at like 10 a.m. Doing Inscription and Vampire Survivors, little double feature, just to cram all the horror shit into one. And then there's a non-horror collab on Wednesday afternoon with Cara Malone. I don't know how Amanda swung that. And then Thursday morning, 3 a.m., the witching hour, before Amanda goes to work, I say goodbye. Let's not dwell on that. Amanda will get her channel back soon enough. Tonight, we need to wash. Now, I'm not 100% sure if Amanda's rig can handle running. Usually she turns off Discord, but obviously if there's going to be a drop-in show, that's not going to be an option. It's at like 47% CPU, 90% memory right now. So I don't know how chunky it's going to run, but I've gone ahead and minimized the window about as much as I could and fit everything in. I think it's like an old trick they did back in the days of like the Sega CD, where they just minimized the video window. And also, I think when Amanda put out the schedule, because Amanda's the one who does the schedules, I think she didn't realize about the fucking overlap that would probably happen at this time of night. She was gonna do it early in the morning, but then things got moved around. Uh, you got Temp streaming like a 10-person thing for charity. You got Kara's been streaming for a while now, and she's got a big collab with Grub coming up. So there is just so much overlap. But if you think about it, that's a good thing. Because that means there's a lot of talent and flavor. If there's so much talent to overlap each other, you are flush for choice. You can watch anything you want. Except for Amanda, because technically her channel's not supposed to appeal to anyone. So we'll see if anyone stops by. And if not, supposedly, even if you solo it, the mansion is just 1 to 2 hours. I actually went ahead and went on the power washing simulator forum to see, and they said it's maybe one. And I walked around during my road test stream. It wasn't that bad. Well, let's find out. It's not even like a $300 job. It's not like this is gonna be the golf course where Amanda had to do it like for 3 streams. And uh, we're maxing out the CPU and the memory tonight. This is a horrible idea. But the girl is prone to those. So they give us the strongest one. So that's good. Keeping a close eye on the phone, seeing how chunky it gets, and seeing who, if anyone, decides to stop by. We tried doing this before. I did the 20th trinket, doing it the hard way in Viva V, Viva V. And originally I was going to do it for like 2 hours, 2 hours plus, because Amanda said that it would take at least that long to do it. And I ended up doing it in like, I think it was 14 minutes. Real time, it was 28 minutes, but it took me 14 minutes just to get there. So realistically, more like 28 minutes. So here we go. Time to get washed. I find the best strategy is to find what hose is the widest that will cover the full area. Because you might have to get a smaller part if it doesn't clean something, but the wider the better. Wider is better, gentlemen. It doesn't look like too large of a stage. It's just there's a lot of stuff to clean on top of the house. And I mean that in both ways, not only including the house, but the ceiling and the roof of the house, too. So, among the many games I road tested for Amanda was Goblin Cleanup. I finally tried that out. It was fine. It wasn't horrible, but if Powerwash Simulator is going chunky with Discord open, there's no way she'd be able to stream it. Although it is possible she could just stream it as a guest on someone else's channel. Because so far, all of her collabs, all the planned ones, she's done them on her channel as well. But she could just be a guest star on someone else's channel. That's not unheard of. In fact, it happened tonight for the first time. She streamed on someone else's channel and did not stream her POV. What happened was I'm supposed to be in charge of the channel and doing every stream until it's time for me to go. But I noticed they were web fishing. Temp was playing web fishing open up, and Amanda had gotten web fishing to work. Like it. If she's not streaming her perspective, it's okay. Um, so she got it to work relatively slow, and she's like, "Hey, I will owe you a solid if you step back and let me hang out with Temp for a while." And I should have said no. I should have said no. But I was like, "Yeah, fine, all right." And any opportunity she can take to get out there and contact more people, hang out with more people, and it was a good time. It's a very cute game. And it seems like it's super complex too. There, it seems like the best games are always simple yet complex. There's so much to do, but at the core, you're just sitting around and casting a line. What am I missing here for this one? I've I've got to be more. We've got to be more careful, more precise. There we go. Probably the trims at the bottom is what it needs. What needs to be taken care of. So yeah, tonight is overlap hell, and Amanda probably should have thought of that before she scheduled this. I said I'm not the one who schedules these things. She does, but it's overlap hell. But we'll find out what happens. So I think I've gotten this wall. And that's another mistake Amanda's been doing, like getting a whole big old chunk of an area, but then moving on without 100% in that section. Now she likes to try. She doesn't like to use the ladder. She likes to parkour, but considering we're doing an entire house here, I'm not sure if that's feasible. I just got a spec job. I feel like it was a mistake. Okay. Another thing she doesn't do that often is check the tablet. She actually learned a lot about how the game is played with temp. She didn't even know that you could. She didn't even know that you could highlight one item that wasn't clean, and it will glow slightly, so you can see what you're supposed to be cleaning. That's really what collabs are about, or at least should be about. You're hanging out with each other. You're learning about each other, and you're showcasing these people to an audience that may not have heard of them. Because I'm not surprised if there are a lot of people who watch FlaVR religiously, as religiously as you can watch something like this, who don't even know that Amanda exists. Because she's just only been doing this for a few months. But it's about showing love. Oh, this is nice. This is the. There are four different power washers in the game, and it looks like the special missions and things like this. They lock you into a certain washer. This is the level 4 washer. It is so cathartic to be able to take care of graffiti, because usually graffiti, you need to step up a little bit and use something a little stronger. But you can take care. It looks like graffiti, and this is the widest angle as well, so that definitely will save some time. Go ahead and get the. It doesn't seem to be running too chunky on the phone. Yeah, I know. I still got to get the other side, but while I'm here, I'll jump like a fat Italian plumber looking for a peach. Are you done? You're done. Amanda wanted me to shill a little bit too, if no one stops by. So yeah, I got the horror shit going this week until I leave on Halloween, and it's gonna be 3 a.m. because anyone who's been watching this channel closely knows that 3 a.m. was my stream time. I did silent streams, just typing, quote unquote, talking, and then eventually Amanda just pulled me out and said, "Hey, I need you to help me," which is fair enough. But yeah, I will be reading. My final stream is going to be the Call of Cthulhu, reading a classic novel or novella. It's not even a novella. It's like 20 pages or something, I think. It's a relatively short story. Like all the full audiobook versions I've seen online, it's just like an hour. So I'm not going to take up much of your time because it is the last opportunity I'll be able to do so, because Amanda doesn't like me talking shit about her on her channel. That's fine. I had an obligation to fill on this channel, and if Amanda feels like I've fulfilled that obligation, that's fine. I'm a god. I have other things to do. So there's the house. I kind of want to clean everything except the house first, just to see how much the house is. Because see, we've been fucking around. It's not even like 20 minutes, and we're already at like 4%. So this one's not going to be long at all. I just thought a mutual would like to jump in or something, but then it's overlap L. Oh wow! Ooh, nice. That's actually a nice touch. Double spoil and cuddles. It's wicked being a witch. Bless this ex. Mother Tiffy would love this. Mother Tiffy would love this. Need to get her on the channel sometime. I know Amanda. Like, Tiffy is probably as far as content creators go for the type of content Amanda wants to do. The creative shit. Uh, Tiffy Weefy is like her biggest inspiration. Problem is, she is currently going through college right now, doing classes and stuff. So that obviously does not give you free time to mess around in VTube. So she's gonna have to like coordinate a lot of schedules because Amanda herself is a wagey, and I can only stream when Amanda's home. It's a weird, complicated thing. I'm kind of sort of haunting her, but there's a better term for that. Okay, so that's that, and the pumpkin. I'm polishing my pumpkin live on stream. I'm looking at the phone and now it's running a little bit chunky. Let's see if I can change some settings. Just might have to live with it. Target frame rate 30. Anti-assailing off. I've heard that anti-assailing kind of helps. Let's do that. Let's see if that helps. Turn that off. Because it was 4 of it, now we have none of it. Let's see what that does. That's a cute touch. The little signs actually changing because the actual original sign was actually just graffiti. That's cute. Powerwash Simulator has so many nice little touches in it. Quite good. You see, there's some kind of threshold like 90, 95 or something, and it'll automatically just give you the rest. Problem is with the larger things like giant wall chunks and things like that, there's like usually a big chunk of dirt left before you hit that percentage. But with these tiny little rocks, and especially tiny little things like gears and gaskets and knobs and lights and headlights and stuff, it'll take you. You gotta just squint and try to find that one tiny little particulate of dirt. Wow. Let's see if this works. I command you to rise from your grave and rescue my daughter. Rise from your grave. furry muscle man. HA. Oh, is this some kind of puzzle? Has Powerwash Simulator started incorporating puzzles? Okay, I'm looking at the. It looks like it's going a little better. It looks like it's going a little better. Thing. Yeah, it looks like it's going better now. That must have been it. Must have been the anti-sailing. Um, because Amanda, like, she saw that in a few different games and didn't know what it was, so she went ahead and looked it up and said, "No, anti-sailing sucks. Turn it off." And hopefully that'll help. Hopefully that'll help. I said we're not gonna be here too long. And when she plays it solo, usually it's not a problem because she closes Discord. But we're doing a jump in watch along today. So this is in case someone wants to jump in. Like I said, Amanda plans her streams like 1 to 2 weeks in advance. She plans them a lot because that's when her schedule comes out. Her schedule comes out once every 2 weeks, and that lets her know when she can stream. To be perfectly honest, her schedule is relatively rigid, but they can change it up on her without warning. But once she gets that piece of paper, or rather, I think it's a PDF document now, that says when she's working, they can't change it without a good fucking reason. Happy. Happy. Isn't that what we all want in life? To be happy? Reminds me of I believe it was the brilliant poet laureate. Fuck it. Dave Attell, that's what it is. Dave Attell, who said, "One day I'm going to name my child Pizza Pussy Santa because everybody likes at least one of those things." We must move on. See, slow and methodical. Slow and methodical. Like I said, I did not know it was going to be overlap hell tonight. With Neo doing the big web fishing collab and Kara, her thing with Grub going late, starting later. Amanda stopped by there, chat a little bit, and so we didn't know it was going to be everyone at once, everyone all at once, but that's fine. You get practice. You are flush for choice and flavor. You have so many options, and we've got more coming. The door's always open if you know where to look. All right. I'm dreading doing these posts because I know the posts usually are a problem. So I've got the stairs, I've got these things. I want to go slow and methodical, section by section. And I want to save the house to see if anyone actually stops by and jumps in the game. So we must give everyone a happy Halloween, children. All these little tombstones, the little ghouls, the little goblins, the little ghosts. Give them all little candies. I it, I've heard someone comment about the little fun size candies you get this time of year, but they're not any fucking fun. Something small like that is not fun. But Amanda will do it. Amanda will buy. Like she doesn't like. She almost never takes sugar. She almost never ingests sugar. She's not diabetic, but she doesn't want to become diabetic either. But this time of year, she'll get like one bag of candy and like stick like most of it in the freezer, so that she has to think about if she really wants to eat it or not while it's thawing out, or she can just warm it up by putting it in her mouth. But yeah, she this year she got it's it's almost alchemy these days. It's like logic because you have like 20 different bags, 20 different mixes, and they tell you that there are different brands and different kinds of bags, different kinds of candies in each of the mixes. And they're like 20 different formularies, and you got to choose what you want. I think she went with the Snickers, Three Musketeers, Milky Way Twix brand. Because, you know, if you're going to get chocolate, get some fucking chocolate. She used to get sugar free chocolate all the time. She had to stop doing that, though, because I believe they had sugar alcohol in them. It was either sugar alcohol or some sugar substitute. And taking too much of those, results in diarrhea. I don't think I need to continue the story further. Or also, what was the really bad ones? Were the She had sugar free jelly beans one time. They were not only were they revolting, but the casing, the actual clear casing or whatever it is, was so hard it actually like chipped her cheek or her lip rather, and it was bad. It was like chewing on a little colored piece of glass. So you got to be a smart consumer. You got to be a smart consumer. Got to make smart choices. Okay, did I get the full Halloween? One for JJ. There's the pumpkin boys here. Now, it took a couple of seconds for the notification of screenshot saved to come up. I wonder if it took a screenshot of what I was doing when I hit that button, waiting for the Halloween, or whether it'll take a screenshot of what happened when it dinged and showed up, which is cleaning out the pumpkins. That pumpkin had a dirty butthole. Okay. I don't think like it's good that they have this auto button because I don't think Amanda could do this if it didn't have the auto. And I'm looking at the phone right now. I think that was the problem, the anti-assailing, because it looks like it's going so much smoother now. So much smoother. Let's clean out this large boy. Ooh, there's a door. I don't think you can open doors in this game, but that is a cool effect. I do love how they keep adding new things and free things to Powerwash Simulator, and they put so much effort in it too. Like I know Amanda doesn't give a fuck about Shrek. Send your hate letters to her. I'll be gone in a few days. But the fact that they got the Shrek DLC coming out and people are loving that apparently. So there are just so many great things about this game. It's a hell of a game. It's a hell of an experience. Giving us some great times. I want to parkour up there, get the rest so I don't have to get the ladder. There we go. No, that's the handle. There we go. I know I've got the long boy at my disposal if I need to. just hosing down this big boy. You ever walk up to a dirty pumpkin and then you realize it's actually someone's house? Couldn't be me. Got most of them. I'm guessing that the stem, yeah, no, the stem is its own thing. I thought remember that the stem might be considered part of it. No, I gotta go ahead and give the teeth a cleaning too. Gonna have to parkour up there somehow to get the stem. Or you just go back and get the ladder. Where's the fun in that? Just got a dirty butthole as well. No politics on this channel, man. No politics. Thank you for stopping by, but no politics. Please read the room rules. Gotta get the eyes too, I'm guessing. I'm thinking there should be a way to parkour up there, probably with this route here. Get the long boy for this. Keep forgetting I've got the long boy with this. There we go. Get the long boy out. It's a weird unwieldy shape, so it makes it a little hard to clean. There we go. Okay, you can turn off the long boy now. Go. Now that number's going down. Gonna be little cracks and crevices here. That's what's gonna stop me from cleaning this or finishing this off. Get little cracks and crevices, nice detailed. Because when you're a real power washer, that's what you gotta do. Flush out the crevasse. God, I don't want to fucking fall off this thing right now. Probably gonna have to jump down to get the rest, but I kind of want to get the handle first. Whatever you call it, handle the gourd. That's there we go. That's that. But I still need to wash a little bit off of the shed, pumpkin shed wall, and I think the this isn't clean yet either. Probably something on the other side of it. There we go. Could have probably detailed it like this from the beginning. But you know, you get those massive chunks of dirt off at the beginning. It's so satisfying. Yeah, this is probably it too. Getting everything around here. There we go. But not the top part. The top part. The This is probably not. No, that's still not done. Needs to be done on it. There again, take a look. I think I got on the knob the first time. Oh, right there, right there. There you go. I believe that's it for the pumpkin. Let's check. That's those areas cleared. I think I accidentally cleaned the house. Nope, that's the Halloween sign. That's their own thing. Now it's been about 45 minutes, and we're only at 14%. Although those numbers should go up, way faster once I start taking down the house. That percentage level is a little weird. It's a little weird. Let's wash the gourds. little fellas. I wonder. I probably need to look into the lore of this game, see why everything is in this city is absolutely covered in revolting filth. What is the story? What is wrong with this place? Okay, so those are those. That's those. Go ahead and get the well while I'm here. Probably got a lot of different parts to it. Might be a little need a little stronger for this one. It's leaving stuff. Oh, I got the crank by accident. That's nice. That was the bucket. Didn't even know I was cleaning that. Get down and get nice and detailed. Every little thing. Where's the dirt on the well, though? I don't see the dirt on the well that's left. Is it the rim? Well, that's the roof itself is not done. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the phone right now. That anti-assailing is really helping turning that shit off. Where is the rest of this dirt on this damn well? Oh, oh, the inside counts. The inside counts. There we go. I think I need to get the detailing for this now. That probably it. Yeah, the detailing. That's what usually gets Amanda playing this little detailing, that tiny little 1 or 2%. That stops you from getting that satisfying ding like the French fries were done. Or up here. I'm saving the house for last. There we go. So does anything else on the roof or the well need to be cleaned? The well post. No, that's one. Go. Check the tablet. What else needs to be done there? So the well is all done. Looks like all the pumpkin stuff is done. Anything we've actually focused on so far as 100%, and we're not leaving some at like 99%. I think the only stuff back here is the house, and I'm trying to get everything done before the house, just in case someone does decide to stop by and drop in. Jump in on the voice chat if you want to play, and let me know. I'll go ahead and invite you in. So let's go ahead and.
Hi, Amanda. Grub.
Hello, Grub. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. I know. Don't you have a collab with Kara in a few minutes?
9.
By the way, it's Amanda's not here right now. It's Sandruby.
Hello, Sand.
Thank you. So, do you want me to go ahead and invite you in? I think you're on my Amanda's friends list.
No, no, no. I don't have enough time to get into the game itself. Just wanted to say what's up, say hello,
Well, much appreciated, Grub. Much
pop
appreciated.
in. I'm actually still I'm finishing up on the thumbnail.
Well, there you go. Amanda herself has said that the thumbnails and everything are the most satisfying part of doing. But then there's the actual having to go and make the rooms because she does all of them at once, and it just gets really frustrating.
It's a good benefit of being prepared.
Absolutely, especially since she's a wagey and just getting everything done in one chunk makes it so much nicer, so easy to get in.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yes. So you've been playing a lot of that. What is it? Dark and Darker, kind of roguelike.
Yeah.
I'd somewhat been. I've not been paying too much attention to it, because there's no way to run on this piece of shit. But I heard that there's
I know, I can tell.
some kind of big
It's hard
balancing patch
online.
or something. Like they changed something recently.
There's a lot of stuff going on right now. There's been a new hot, so you could think of this as a well, the official hotfix was number 69. And then there
Nice.
was another hotfix to the hotfix that was 69 dash 1. Now there's been a new one today. That's I would call it hasn't been referred to as 69 dash 1 officially, but I would this one is basically 69 dash 2.
Fair enough.
And so as you could tell just from there, a lot of stuff is changing because the developers are putting hotfixes in like rapidly after the hotfix just came out.
And
Because
y'all be able
a
to.
lot of people have been very vocal.
And it's vocal about what? What's wrong with it?
Well, in the beginning, so the a good part is the context, and so number 68 was actually the update that made made the drop rates of like higher tier rarities higher. So that way that was because the plan is the goal is to get people into high roller, which is the more dangerous one, instead of
Right.
normals. And so if people have more gear at a faster rate, they won't be too scared about losing their stuff in high roll. And that actually, it did work. The 68 was a pretty good hotfix. But then 69 came around, and the problem was that all of the items had the same amount of weapon damage or armor rating across all rarities. And what actually, and also they all had the same amount of plus stat like scores, like +2 dexterity, +3 agility ordeal.
Right.
But what was the difference is that they had more random attributes. So like legendary would have like 4 random attributes, and a common would have none. So that was like the only difference. And so the problem was that it wasn't a good way to feel progression in the game. People no longer felt the need to loot because they really had all that they needed once they just had the squire gear. So they're like, it's a loot extraction. There's still extraction in the game, but they've kind of been, the loot portion of it is in a bit of a pickle, because a lot of people like the PvP, but it's a PvP VE, and so some people like treating it, as a means to kill people. So they did like 69 because it was no longer, you needed, like, you didn't even need gear. You didn't need to go out and get higher tiered gear to fight other people, because you're practically on the same level with everybody else with just like the starting gear. And so those people did enjoy. That's also why it's not an ambiguous type of decision in the community. There's actually been some talk on both sides. So it's kind of the big thing right now is that the main developer SDF has to. He wants the game to be for everyone. He wants to give everybody, like to feel good playing the game, but
Right.
it's coming at a cost to some of the aspects of the video game. And he himself also did have some qualms about the. Uh, well, it's like I don't even have a reason to loot. I don't know. It was like there was like 3 messages, and the second one was like, I'm not looting anymore. That needs to be worked. That needs to be fixed.
Well,
It was kind of like weird English. I believe the man's not. I believe the man is ESL. You can go.
Isn't the game still in beta though? That's a lot of changes to make.
It actually did have a release.
Oh, it finally came out.
I think it's at 1 point. But
There
that's
you
a good
go.
point, because it was a famous early access, but I could have, I feel like I saw somewhere. I'm fact checking right now. I'm looking this up. I could have saw somewhere. Did it release?
Right.
The game was released into early access until August 7, 2023. So it's been a year at least.
Well, it's not the longest. It's been worse.
I think you're right. It's still in the early. Wow, they've done a lot. They've done a lot in early access. They had like 4 seasons already. So yeah, it is in early access.
Definitely getting your money's worth out of it.
I did, let me drink this real quick. I did pay like $30 to have like the multiple character slots, but it's been a month, so I guess it's fair. I also bought it on stream, so I was like, what am I gonna do? Not buy it?
You have to buy extra character slots. I remember.
There's only one. You only get the free version. It's free. It's one.
Yeah, I heard like didn't one of the Metal Gear games, or the latter day Metal Gear post Kojima games, do that, and everyone kind of hated it.
I feel like that could have been the zombie one they did, but
yeah,
I didn't hear much.
The zombie one. It's like they
like something they would do post Kojima.
They tried to do something like one of the ones post Kojima when he done got had moved on, and although I think it'd probably be far more important in a game like that, where the different characters give you different classes, abilities, things of that nature.
Yeah.
So it is a roguelike, right? It's different every time you go in.
I don't think it actually qualifies under the status of roguelike because it is the map is the same. The spawn is different. So it's like you are the part that changes
Uh,
instead of everything else changing, and you keep permanent changes throughout the like at the time. Like you keep on changing because you lose your stuff, and you gain stuff, and then you lose that.
so it is possible to just go ahead and memorize the levels. That would be able to,
Yes.
or look up someone who's put up a walkthrough or something like that. It's not like Dead Cells where it always changes.
Mm-hmm. I need to text my one. I think it's 6. Might have to hop off. I actually spent too long just talking, and I didn't work on the thumbnail. But that's how it be.
I do appreciate it, Grub. I know Amanda. She looks forward to the time where y'all be able to collab again, because she does like how you're always willing to support her, chatting up in the Discord and everything. You are going noticed, my man.
All right, it sounds awesome. That was cool. All right, I'll be seeing you.
All right, give Malone my regards.
Hi, Sandruby.
You have a good night, Grub.
All right, you can think.
Grub Handler, ladies and gentlemen, check him out on the Grub Handler channel. That game does look interesting. I like how unique the classes are. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Sensoka. We're just doing a little golf for any members. I obviously this rig isn't gonna run that game, so I'm not too sure about it. But I know everyone else is going crazy over it, and I think that's one of the things that was kind of. Amanda has had this massive feeling of FOMO over the last month or so, with all the collabs that she wants to do, but has been unable to do because of her shit rig. Still not done with the wall. I'm surprised. What's left? Probably like to trim up here. Yeah. Yeah, that'll help. Again, I can't be too mad that these tiny little bits here are but because if you're doing this type of thing in real life, that's the type of thing you have to get also. There we go. Oh, so that was its own thing. That was just its own thing. The lights are gonna be annoying to get. See what I can do right now with them. Which yeah, Grub is a very chill voice. Very smart man. I think Amanda played yacht dice with him recently during the week where she shot her shot. Tried to collab with as many people as she could in one week, and apparently it went quite well. I'm pushing down and going up. Am I upside down right now, or? There we go. The lights are getting in the fucking way. Lights are getting in the fucking way. I want to save my money for the Factorio expansion game. Gonna finally play it tonight, even when it got installed on my terrible laptop so it can pop up when I'm working. So Factorio, is that one of those idle games where you could just set it and forget it? Because Amanda doesn't play those type of games very much. Like, she played Sim City back in the day, but that's only because you could have Bowser destroy your city at a whim. There was the allure of that. Well, I got something. I'm probably accidentally spraying part of the house. That's probably what it is. So that is the lights cleared. Got to get up on top of the hat and do the rest. There's got to be. I think there's a way to parkour everything in this game. If Amanda could parkour the child yard or whatever it's called, then there's got to be a way to parkour everything in this game. It's also really good that almost everything is cleaned with the wide angle brush, or the wide angle, the 40 degree, I think it is, because that is the widest you can get as far as coverage. Looks like the lantern's its own separate thing again. Gotta remember that. Get underneath. Washing its ass. If there's nothing you take in here from my time on this channel, it's make sure to wash your ass. Hey Sensoka, I saw that one lighter you did for me, where you take my head off and that's how you get to the light. That was quite interesting. Maybe someday you can come out to the desert and I'll show you what really happens when I take my head off. The lantern's not coming clean. It's so. The more you do, the more there is to. Yes, there is. Factory builder, building complex systems to make stuff out of for the enemy managing. Yes. As the great prophet Christopher Wallace once said, more money, more problems. There we go. Gotta keep remembering to clean the undersides of shit. Because if you're doing this for real in real life, that's what you have to do. Getting every crack, crevasse, nook, and cranny. So the emblem is its own thing. Get up on here to clean that. kind of potions they sell here? I'll have to get us. Oh, here's a list. We could have a broogie woogie, a funny bone broth, a motion potion, or a focus pocus. Where's the brown liquor? I do like how they separate a lot of these larger items so that you know what still needs to be cleaned. Like, if it was just clean hat, then you might be looking for that one little speck of dirt everywhere. But there's the brim and the buckle and the lantern, etc. That does help. That does help. But no fall damage in this game. Amanda's been meaning to work on her Zatsudan skills. Just chatting, not playing a game, just straight up chatting. But it's so hard when she's got so many games that she's gotten recently, especially since the sales are gonna start kicking in any day now. We've already got a lot of horror sales. She picked up, or I picked up rather for her, Death Road to Canada for just $4. That's gonna be so because I believe that's a roguelike too. That's gonna be quite the storytelling adventure. Going on a strange adventure with strange people. Those are the best adventures sometimes, though. It's been a long time since she's watched Vinny play it, Vinny Vinesauce. So there's probably been a ton of updates since then. But she's not going to look into what the updates were. Because that's fun. The surprise is the fun. See what type of people you actually run across. The strangers that you meet. Just so y'all can get to Canada. I hear Canada is quite a nice place. Fuck. Damn, I'm getting tired. Those people at the forum. But it's been an hour and a half and I haven't even started on the house yet. There we go. I think that cleans out the hat. Apothecary lanterns and apothecary lantern. Oh, the hooks are a separate fucking thing. The hooks are a separate thing. Where are the rest of the lanterns? There we go. This lantern needs to be cleaned. Oh, did I get this one already? I think that's it for this. Apothecary door handle. Go. Observatory front tower. They blend in parts of the house with stuff that's not parts of the house. That's a little annoying. Because I know I still need to get the poles out there. That's a deceptively low amount of money for this level. It's been a little over an hour. We've got 25% done, but again, it's probably going to rocket up much further, faster rather, once we start doing the house. There we go. There's got to be a strategic way to do this. Yeah. Go ahead and get the lights after you go ahead and get all the poles. Got to polish our bowl before we get lit. I'm Sandruby, I don't take that shit. All right, just a couple more. Boy, I almost accidentally parkoured up there. Nice. Like I said, it's real slow going right now. But the house, it looks like the house is. And once we start getting those massive, wide, broad panels of the house, that number is going to be skyrocketing up. Right, one more pull. There we go. Take a look at the tablet, see where that is, because I know they like to group a lot of the areas together. Okay, the posts have been done. The post, pathway post decorations accidentally did 34. And then it looks like everything else is the house. Everything else is the house. All right. removing the filth. Removing the filth from our lives. Removing the filth from our souls. In real time. Get the underside of these ones also while I'm here. Staring them at the lights, usually that's not a good thing. Usually when you're caught staring up at the lights, that means something bad happened. I felt the urge to start singing All of the Lights, but I'm pretty sure Kanye West has been canceled by now, so I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Now that'd be unique merch, yes. Absolutely. You always got to come up with different creative ideas. Because the acrylic stands are nice. And, like, stationary shit, that's nice, but you want to really hook someone. You want to do something different. Okay, how do I parkour up there? Pretty sure it's using these. Or at least I can reach the stuff here. Close. There we go. One down. That's two. Metal standees are being worked on. Metal standees, that's. I don't know if it's dumb to say this, but I feel like metal standees are a lot more classy than acrylic standees. A lot more classy. Like, I remember for a while everyone was buying little die cast metal figures. And those were nice. I think Amanda's got a couple die cast metal figures on her desk. Um, and it was for they had little pro wrestler diecast figures. I had to see if I could pull them out. Okay, so I've been here for almost an hour and a half. Got 28% done, but it looks like we got everything that's not the house. Well, crack a boat of cold one, see if anyone stops by. I'm pretty sure Grub is just like everyone else is streaming now. It was stupid to do it in this time of night. I'll tell you what, and this is how I know that's it. Um, I'm addicted to these Celsius Oasis Vibe sparkling prickly pear lime drinks. They're amazing. Probably the best non non coffee non energy drink I've had in a long time. Sparkling lime prickly pear. I've got 4 streams left, including this one, and she has 4 cans sitting in the fridge right now, or 3 now rather. Want to make some cash chibi figures? That's a long way off. Well, you've obviously got a love of your craft, and you've obviously got inspiration. I look forward to seeing what comes from it. All right. I guess I'm pretty sure none of my mutuals are going to show up to help clean. So I was waiting on the house to see if anyone was going to show up and actually play tonight. But, overlap hell. Coyote God's work is never done. Let's end this. Now remember, anyone who's watching the VOD later, or Sensoka, or anyone who's lurking right now, um, it took me an hour and 25 minutes to do 28%. That is not the house. I'm sure once I start cleaning the house itself, that number is gonna skyrocket. Oh, it looks like the. Is it gonna need the? No, I'm just not being particular. Or is it gonna need the green? The house might need the green, not the doors though. The arch might need the green. I'm always mistaking this for Viscera cleanup detail. Have you ever played Goblin Cleanup Sensoka? Goblin Cleanup, the new fucking game that everyone's playing. Um, I tried it. Probably wouldn't be able to stream it, and even playing casually, I just kind of feel it doesn't have the kind of allure that Powerwash Simulator does. But it's the big thing now. It's the big with the game with the cleaning kids crowd. Oh, I'm gonna need either gonna need a long boy or the green for this one. Yeah, green for that one. Just because you get slightly less area, but you get all the little trims and everything, so that's so nice. This one seems to be a little for. Ooh, wow, that's beautiful. It seems to be a little bit more forgiving with the percentages. Now you see, we just hit the top of the hour, and already I'm up to 31%. The percentage in this game is a little weird. I had very little time to play games lately. Factorio is one that really grips. Well, you don't need a ton of games, man. I think that's a mistake that Amanda made. You don't need a ton of games. You just find a couple that you like, or one or two that you like, and just go for it. I think that's why Amanda is so interested in. Fuck it, no one's coming out. I'm gonna fucking use duels. She was very interested in UFO 50, which is supposed to be a collection of 50 different games, 8-bit, 16-bit style games. Not only are they all legitimate, straight up games, but they're also supposedly almost all of them are really good. Like you could like go through the whole collection hours upon hours upon hours and keep finding new ones. Not even on the fucking thing. Oh, the roof is rather nasty. There we go. That does sound, it is great. If anyone's old enough here to remember Action 52, it's like what if Action 52, but all the 52 games were actually really good. And it's even better because they go into lore. Supposedly lore is that all these 50 games were made by one company, the UFO Game Company. And you see how a game series or a franchise evolves over the course of years and different consoles. Because they have games that are sequels to each other that could be either very similar or very different. And it's very interesting. The moment it goes on sale, Amanda's picking it up. Because that could be tons and tons of fun. Many, many long streams. Kind of like with Darkest Dungeon, how I'm doing a lot of Darkest Dungeon streams. We're probably never going to finish it, get to the Darkest Dungeon itself. But it's a goal to reach for. I get the feeling a lot of people who play Darkest Dungeon never actually beat the game. Oh, there we go. I did get it. Tower. Fuck. To the breach. One of been down to play is Morrowind's multiplayer mod. No one to play with, but marvel the achievements Morrowind modders have made. Yeah, you've really got to admire the modding community, how they will add things or fix things in a broken game that sometimes the developers aren't able to, or sometimes they just refuse to. So, and the modders alone can usually sometimes they keep a game's community alive. Like they revive interest in a game. Like what was it Malone was playing recently? Fallout 4. She was playing a mod Fallout London that took Fallout 4, which I believe is kind of maligned, in the history of Fallout and made it better. Made it more interesting. Where's the fucking house crud? Little eaves and overhangs here. Gets annoying, but it's gotta be done. Putting little bits and pieces of things I didn't even know I had to get. Get that while I'm here. What the hell is left on this roof? What else is left on the entrance? House entrance roof. House entrance steps. Gotta finish the roof and then get the steps. Go now the roof with the rest of the fucking roof. It's probably the way these are angled. I need to get like an up shot of it. I just do not see what needs to be done. Wait, house entrance roof has already been done. I must have gotten it by accident. Oh, the other end, the other side. They split it into two sides. That's nice. That's convenient. So this is the part that needs to be done. Oh, there we go. There we go. So all the house entrance items are done now. I guess we're here on the front turret. Let's work on the front turret. Okay, so here's the front turret. I'll pick up a few of the skills that Amanda learned cleaning the golf course after to get around on the bricks. They reverse engineered the engine and made an open source version. You can play it on Android full game. I didn't know that was legal, but that does sound quite interesting. Because I figured they're not going to make any more money off of Morrowind like re-releases anyway, right? Skyrim is the one they keep re-releasing. Okay, now this step is being a hindrance. I gotta remember I got the longboy. That longboy will definitely help. Yeah, the numbers are already climbing up. We're all like 38%, I believe. Yeah, 38% already. I kind of want to just give the whole place a once over, just to watch numbers go up. But then I know that eventually I get up to that what's 99% left. Cracks and crevasses here. That doesn't do it. Oh, so that's not part of the front tower. Or that is part of the front tower. Because usually when you have a rim at the bottom like that, that's its own thing. But now it looks like it's part of the tower. So you still buy the game, you just drag the files over. Oh, so it's a mod. I thought you said they're just giving the engine away for free. Like they were doing with Doom. Because didn't they like open source Doom? And a lot of people that made mods for Doom a lot easier. Go ahead and get the trim while we're here. Trim all the way around. Get some nice satisfying dings. Because I know when I'm exhausted at the end of the night, I'm going to forget this shit. So do it now while it's fresh in my mind. You can still buy the game. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can do its open source. Yeah, it's great. Because I've seen so many weird, wacky, and bizarre Doom games. Or Doom mods. And I've seen Doom run on almost everything. I know it's a meme, but it looks like Doom can run on. Whenever a new video game console comes out, or someone finds a way to play a video game on something, the question is invariably asked: can it run Tetris and can it run Doom? Because you got to get your priorities. Priorities, man. Kind of getting a scope of how big this house is. Wonder if any of my senpais or Amanda's senpais are going to come save her. Oh, 40%. Your water wand certainly seems opposite than any hazel broom. We got the fucking talent. Megan Mogg. These rooms are quite heavy going. You know what? We do what we can, Megan Mogg. We do what we fucking can. I've got my families, Phoenix Rock, and uh, Doom and Heretic Wazi. I'm not that familiar with Heretic. What's that, Sensoka? Is that like Quake or Hexen? Because I'm not really into first person. I know Powerwash Simulator is a first person shooter, but I'm really not into first person shooters. I'm really not. I bought Fallout New Vegas, but that's more of an RPG also. Plus, that is literally the desert. Like the Fallout New Vegas, that's literally the desert. It's like the desert is not the Mojave. It's somebody misremembering the Mojave. In case that's not a separate item, that's not the trim's not a separate item here. Give a little staircase here. We'll just give them the trim around. We'll get back to this. Yeah, it looks like anti-assailing is kind of the magic word for making this thing run properly. Turning that shit off. Well, there, and I think we've gone all the way around almost. Now that's the front we've done separately. And yeah, so that should take care of any trims that we were working on. The Hexen is a sequel to Heretic. Ah, right. I think the only reason I remember Hexen and not Heretic, wasn't it released on the N64? I know Doom 64 was released on, and it was a completely different game essentially. So much so that when they ported Doom to Steam, Doom 64 was its own game. That's how different it was. I remember that much. Got to get the long boy out. Get the undersides here while I'm on the ground. Gouge your eye out right fucking now. The power of Christ compels you. Caffeine brain getting me. Exxon was not here. Well, I understand. It's late. It's late in the night, and you're quite busy too. Weren't you talking in the Discord about potentially sleeping in your shop? Because that sounds like dedication to me. Okay, let's go ahead and get back up here. I wasn't on the step. I don't think I was actually on the step. Alright, so I'm trying to get up the tower right now. All these archways with the raised embossed surfaces. That's going to be annoying. I'm picking up on some of the tricks we learned at the golf course, though, about like these type of golf. I can kind of. I don't know if they straight up recycled the assets from the golf course, but I do see the very similar strategy here to 100%ing the tower, just getting over each side of every brick. You know, the more I hose this place down, the more it doesn't look like a haunted house. It looks like this just someone vandalized the mansion. That's a little revolting. I've been doing a lot of 22-hour workdays, short not all the machines. Oh man, can't even imagine. And even with all the work you're doing with the 22-hour workdays, you still find time to be a real flavor pal. I salute you, man. And I really do hope that you find success. But they gotta put away the long boy now. It is nice that they give you like HP bars for each of these things so you can make sure when they're clean or not. I get the feeling this might be the first job where I have to like use the scaffolding. We'll see how it goes. They can't actually get over there. There we go. Shit. Good, I fell. There. I'm a little annoyed. The people at the Powerwash forum said this would take 1 to 2 hours. It's almost 10 o'clock, and I do have to be up in the morning for a morning stream. Morning and night and Halloween. No, Amanda's gonna be the one. I've got gonna be doing a 2 pack of games. Gonna be doing a 2 pack of games at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Vampire Survivors and Inscription. And then 4 p.m. Uh, Keep Talking No One Explodes with Carmelo. And then 3 a.m. Halloween. Read Lovecraft. And that'll be my goodbye. Give Amanda full control of the channel again. Fuck it. Fuck it. Where can I put this? This level is made for using the fucking scaffolding. Get a little chunky, or maybe I was just getting stuck on that wall. Pull out the long boy while I'm here, make little progress. Is it getting the graffiti? Because usually you have to go one stage up if you're to get the graffiti off. It's a bit of a puzzle game trying to figure out how to get everywhere to wash everything. Or good. Because I'm trying to do this tower first. Little cuckoo outcropping or whatever the fuck this is. I, I don't have a lot to say. I don't have a lot to say right now because I'm exhausted and I now know that I'm not going to finish this tonight. I was told on the fucking Powerwash forums that the haunted house takes 1 to 2 hours. It's been almost 2 hours and barely done. Barely done. All right. This is when a stream gets dangerous, when the streamer has nothing to say. And I think this is the reason why Amanda wants to start working on her Zatsu skills. Because there are some of these games she's playing that have long stretches where she's just doing the same thing again and again. I need to fill that up with talk. You need to be like those ladies on, what is it, QVC? Where you just babble on incessantly about the topic at hand. All these twisty turny spires and everything make it a little more annoying to clean everything off satisfactorily. Your skills are important for. Yeah, they absolutely are. And not to spoil what's going to be happening next week, but Amanda knows that, and she's going to try to schedule some things around that. Probably need to get the underside of the roof. That's probably it. The underside of the turret. Got long boy again. I do have to get to bed eventually. I am a coyote god, but I am borrowing Amanda's body and her voice and her face. So I now have the same kind of restrictions that she does physically, meaning I can't do this shit all night. So if none of the mutuals show up, well, it's 10 o'clock. I've been doing this for 2 hours. It's 53%. If none of Amanda's mutuals show up to help out, we're just gonna cap it at 3 hours, and Amanda can fucking do the rest on her own. Thought this would be a good idea, but no, it was a good idea, but it was bad timing because everyone else is streaming right now, and it's kind of stupid for Amanda to fucking schedule these streams this far in advance, anyways. So the white on the long boy does clean this. Is that Sonic the? No, that's a bump. I don't know why I thought that was Sonic the Hedgehog in the blue stained glass. The heat must be getting to me. It's still fucking hot in the desert. Like, the nights aren't too bad. The nights are a little cooler now. Amanda's not fucking sweating like a pig in the middle of the night. But it's still annoying. Really annoying. So, yeah, we talked about what I'm doing this week. If you try again with the game out, I'm happily make time to stop again. I appreciate it, Sensoka. I do. This is about kind of trying to get a random collab going, though. Although Amanda already did get kind of a random collab going yesterday with web fishing. She stopped by Temp's place and Temp's channel rather and played a little web fishing. That game is going to be very. It's Amanda. Amanda was kind of unfortunate and kind of very fortunate because she's picked up several games recently over the last couple days that she is going to get addicted to. Like, she got web fishing, she got Dead Cells, she got Vampire Survivors, she got Slay the Spire. Mostly because most of these are like 75-80% off. I always try to pop it in. Sensoka, you have been a homie to Amanda more than you could potentially know, but she truly appreciates it. She truly appreciates it. Um, text her, text her your friend code in Discord, and I'll make sure she adds you next time I turn the rig over to her. Please, I'll go ahead and have her add you. We'll see what type of games you may have in common. And if you want to get on stream, I don't know if you've got permissions as an actual flavored talent, although you fucking should. I could just start a voice call with you, do that. So I gotta get the arch. Still gotta get the arch. I think I was trying to do the tower. Oh, the frame is clean now. Good. I think I was trying to do the tower. And you see, we're 56% done already. 56% done. We'll see what percentage I'm at when we hit 11 o'clock. Get the ground level shit first. Now you see this. It looks like a haunted house when it's covered with dirt and filth. But when you actually hose it off, it actually looks quite nice. Oh, each of these panels is individual. Hmm. So there is a trick Amanda learned when she was playing with Temp. Apparently, you can click one item in the tablet, and that item will glow, so you can actually see where the thing is. Because I know Amanda was hunting for shit when she was finishing the golf course, so it doesn't tell. It doesn't give you like one of those open world arrows, but it tells you, or it lights up. And I believe everything on the list is in alphabetical order, so it's not too hard to find everything. I wonder if it would be just best to get the ladder and not even fuck with the scaffolding. Because you got the scaffolding, it just gets in your way also. Okay, so what was I? That's what Amanda says. If you completely run out of shit to talk about, completely run out, talk about what's happening next week. So I told you about what I'm doing, and I'm starting in November. I'm gone from Amanda's channel. She's not happy with how I talk shit about her on stream, and I've got my reasons. I may talk a little bit more about it after I read Lovecraft. But I can't stay too long after reading Lovecraft because Amanda has work on Halloween. That's one of the reasons I'm streaming at 3 a.m. Halloween. Because I'll easily. I think the Call of Cthulhu is really short. It's only like an hour or so. So I'll read that, maybe say a quick goodbye, and then Amanda doesn't stream until Saturday night, her trademark Splatterday segment, and she will be streaming the death of Sonic the Hedgehog, which was on the short list of games I was going to play, but it's still goofy. There's no way you could buy it as a horror game, so I think it was initially a fan game that was made official, but yeah, so Saturday night it's going to be the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, a little visual novel thing. And then Sunday, Amanda is taking Darkest Dungeon over from me. And I think I've done pretty good. I've played it for 3 weeks. I've killed the Necromancer Apprentice. And there have been only 2 deaths. One was one of the tutorial guys who bled out, and the other was someone who died with a stupid the snake bite thing. That the that the shield breaker has. That the stupid dream sequence bullshit. And so I think I'm doing pretty good for myself. I think I left her in a good place. And I know she wants to go ahead, start leveling people up and beating bosses. I don't know when she's going to want to start doing Crimson Court, though. Because when people start getting that red fever, shit goes out the fucking wall. Do love me some. Yeah. Amanda's got the complete works of H.P. Lovecraft, actually. The complete big purple book. Massive purple book. Complete works of H.P. Lovecraft. Although I will go ahead and tell you right now, dude was kind of racist. Like many people say that Call of Cthulhu is his best work, but one of his worst work, people kind of agree his worst work was this like anti-immigrant story called The Street, where he tried to do spooky horror, but it was about immigration. And people kind of agree that that's about his worst story. Of course, everyone knows what Lovecraft called his cat. And then there's the question. I don't. Amanda does not want me to get into politics on this channel, and I understand that. I fully understand that, and can appreciate it. But I tell you, there is the question of, it was the 1920s, 1930s, I believe, when he was growing up. So does that excuse some of it? That's a question everyone's going to have to answer for themselves. What part of do I have to get the top part of the wall up here? Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of shit I'm going to have to parkour to get. I'm just giving it a once over now. I'll let Amanda get the particulars. Because eventually, if my body is anything like Amanda's body, I'm going to start losing vision pretty soon. Getting too exhausted. So I think I'm just going to give this the once over, maybe run around the roof and see what I can get. Leave the particulars for Amanda for another stream. Because I was literally told by the people in the fucking Powerwash forums that this would be a 1 to 2 hour job. And it's been over 2 hours and I'm just at 66%. Yeah, just a tiny bit, yeah. But yeah, these are the questions that people are going to have to ask themselves coming up. In fact, Sosoka, since you're a homie, and anyone watching VODs right now is a homie because no one is actually showing up, I'll tell you what Amanda wants to do next week. Amanda just wants to do a bunch of the shit she loves. Like, she was getting Manhara over not being able to stream really strong games and collab with people and do shit that she wants. But she realized at some point that she's losing the fucking plot. She's not a gamer. She's not even really a streamer. She's a writer and she's a singer. So, the week after Halloween week is going to be no politics week, where she's not trying to go for the numbers. She's not trying to go for clout or shit like that. She's just going to do the stuff she likes and the stuff she loves. I believe she's going to do karaoke. She wants to do another writing stream. So yeah, that's the plan at least. Now, like with any other week, if Amanda gets collab invitations or something like that, or something big happens, then yeah, she will change that. But as of right now, next week after Halloween week, it's going to be no politics week, where it's just Amanda doing what she loves. The guy was also kind of crazy. I had trouble trying to function. Well, you've got to think with someone as creative as he is, that the brain must have worked in a different way. You can almost be sure of it. Okay, now, do you see what percentage we have left right now? Nice. And we are no longer officially nice. The moment has come and gone. I think what I'll do is I don't want to stop if we hit like 99%. But if there's anything that Amanda's golf stream showed, it's that last 1% is what takes fucking everywhere. Everything. So we'll just see how close I am when we hit 100 or when we hit top of the hour. Probably just let Amanda do the rest of this shit because I do have to get to bed because my body follows the limitations that Amanda's body has. And Amanda's body has some fucking limitations, I swear. I almost don't know how you people get along with having human flesh. That shit breaks so easily. Maybe it'd be kind of hilarious not to do any of this trimming and stuff and just get all the big shit done. Just so Amanda is super frustrated running around and trying to see what last little 1% is left. Oh, I must have missed the trim earlier when I was specifically taking time out to do the entire fucking trim. Why am I still using the long boy? We get on by worshiping the great caffeine gods. There you go. Amanda, Amanda has that love-hate relationship with energy drinks and shit. There was a point in Amanda's life where she was drinking 2 white monsters a day. 2 white monsters a fucking day. And she would have kept doing it, except that she almost felt her heart literally exploding. It got really bad. So for a while, she just 100% swore off of them. Now, instead of 2 white monsters a day, she just drinks 1 or maybe 2 on her days off. Like if she knows she's got to get shit done on her day off, and she'll keep 1 in the back of the fridge in reserve, just in case she wakes up and needs a boost. Because Amanda is nothing if not ridiculously punctual. She is extremely punctual, and maybe to a fault, because she expects people to be as punctual and on time as she is. And in the real world, that's not gonna happen. But if she knows it's gonna be a hard day and does not have the natural get up and go, she'll go ahead and grab that reserve monster. The pack weight I was worried both jobs, so I had to do 5. Oh dear God, Sensoka, you know this is bad when a god is saying this to you, but how are you not dead? How are you not dead, my man? You are a hard worker, and I salute you. And you still take time out to be a bro to Amanda. I salute you, man. Can I parkour up here? I feel like I should be able to parkour up here. I want to pick this fucking thing up again. Because it's so big, it's almost impossible to find a place to set it down. I just kind of want to get up on the roof, climb on the roof, and I'll just fuck around from there. Yeah, just... I'm keeping an eye on the processes in the bottom left-hand corner. Amanda always has the task manager running. And now with like 84 CPU, 88 memory, I think that was it. The anti-assailing or whatever it's called. That was really messing things. Oh yeah, I was originally cleaning the tower like an hour ago, trying to 100% that. Well, that's out the fucking door right now. I really don't know how I made it either. Well, I say this in all sincerity. I know you're a hard worker, man. I know you bust your ass both in your personal life and for flavor. Please take care of yourself, Sensoka. All right. Please take care of yourself. So I think I'll get up here. Just I've resigned myself because no one's gonna fucking play tonight. I've resigned myself to not finishing tonight. That's fine. Amanda can go ahead and finish the rest of this. I wanted to at least get to an okay place. But I do think it would be kind of funny if I left her some shit in weird places that she'd have to hunt for. Oh, probably should turn off the long boy. It's very dangerous getting that weather vane. I'll turn on the sweeper. Is it possible to jump on top of it? Get this up while I'm here beforehand, just in case it's not possible. Oh, we do the most dangerous dance of death with absolutely no stakes because there's no fucking fall damage in this camp. Run and fuck. Run and run and run. Where we stop, nobody knows. As we can tell I'm fading. Something tells me this is going to be the last time Amanda reserves the voice channel for anything. little detail in here. Because I don't know what point I do with little detail and try to finish stuff, and what point I just start running around doing big chunks and try to do big numbers. So I'm probably going to get up at like 8 a.m. tomorrow. That's why I'm trying to stop at a reasonable time, even if I don't stop the tower, because I was lied to about how long this fucking takes. I was fucking lied to. Or maybe I'm just shitty at this fucking game. But I was informed that it would not take 1 to 2 hours. That's fine. Oh, there we go. Got the turret. Starting to feel a little pang of hope. That's when the protagonist usually gets the nastiest fall, though, isn't it? I tell you, Amanda usually can't run 3D shit, or at least stream it. Powerwash Simulator must be amazingly optimized, because you've got these massive 3D worlds, and she can stream it pretty well, even with Discord going. Because usually she has to shut down Discord to get enough GPU to do anything. Now, the big question is, Amanda has been trying to decide whether or not to upgrade the RAM from 8 to 16, because that would probably help with some of this stuff. Problem is, again, it's how much money is she willing to sink into something that she probably wouldn't use if you was a streamer anyways. Because that is what Pippa said, don't dunk any money into something you weren't going to use anyways. And Amanda wasn't even going to do video games. She wasn't even going to do video games at all. She was going to be like ASCII. She was going to sing and then do creative stuff like Mother TV. Like the writing streams and everything. Oh, she wants to do a writing stream next week also. She just wants to do a week. Because she knows that I'm not going to talk politics on her channel. I'm not going to bring it up. I don't have a political point of view. I am a coyote god. But I will say, Amanda knows that next week is going to be very, very, very stressful for the people of the United States. So she wants to make content that she feels will easily entertain them and people will enjoy. And she feels most healthy and most at home doing contents that she loves to do. So in order to help, she's going to be just doing what she loves next week. But this week, we still have to finish the horror. We don't have to finish the house, but we have to finish the horror. Almost done with the druid here. Let's see if we can get at least 80%. It'd be hilarious to leave Amanda with 1% again. But let's see what we can do for the girl. When Brolin may have PC trouble, he used a crappy laptop with Notepad double plus for writing streams. Mad Lad made it work. Well, Amanda and I have done writing streams also. She did her origin story, and then I did a story exploring who I am. So, and she does love the writing streams. She loves it. It's just that she doesn't know how many people or how to make it interesting. But she doesn't use Notepad. It pissed her off. It pissed her the hell off that Office is no longer free. When it used to be fucking free, or you only paid one time. And now you have to subscribe to that shit every fucking year. I want to bring the rage down on them for doing that shit. So what she uses and what I use, because it's her rig, is Open Office. Open Office is a 100% free Microsoft Office thing. And that's what she uses for the WordPad and the spreadsheets and everything. It's like Microsoft Office, but it's free. And that's what she was using. So yeah, and as someone who does lore, it's I think the reason she stopped doing lore so much was because no one else was interested. No one else gave a fuck about lore. However, she was very heartened by her stream with Juwoon Sugarballoon. Because Juwoon has a lot of lore. Interesting lore about being kind of a fairy vampire and the crazy life she's led as a nurse. And Juwoon has seemed had a lot of fun with the lore too. So I think the interview she did with Juwoon really put a spring in Amanda's step. It really made her think that, you know what, maybe I'm not the only person who cares about lore. Well, maybe there's a place for people like me. So that's also one of the reasons why next week is going to be no politics, just Amanda week. And just doing what she loves, doing what she has fun doing. Trying to forget about the brain worms of just fucking not having a computer that's not strong enough to stream like content warning or any of that shit, the fucking goblin shit. And just doing what she can do and doing what she loves instead of trying to pass out and have a coronary working so much overtime to get the money needed to upgrade a computer that she never even was going to buy in the first place. So it's not about getting enough money to fix the limitations. It's about working within those limitations. And she keeps talking about Hachima and how Hachima was such a big inspiration to her during that time when she was not able to do games and stuff, when she had to get creative. And it put her back on the map for a lot of people. Amanda knows all this. Intellectually, she knows all this. But she has a tendency to lose the fucking plot. That was a great stream. Yeah. I appreciate it. Juwoon is an amazing talent. And and I know Amanda is very, very blessed that Juwoon was able to train with her, especially okay, fun fact, the bit at the end, we knew we were gonna do the bit with me and Kowloon. We improv'd it, but we knew there was gonna be a bit at the end. Just some fun with the lore. But yeah, it thank you to Juwoon Sugarbloom for giving Amanda hope about the lore and being creative. And the other ones that were done this week, she did one with Neo and one with Tim, also doing this Powerwash game. And it was good hearing their perspectives on things too. Learning from them. And because Temp, if you remember, Temp had stopped streaming. He wasn't streaming at all until web fishing last night. And Amanda was. I'm supposed to be in complete control of this channel until November. But when I saw that Temp was streaming for the first time in a long time, and he was doing web fishing, I said, you know what? I've talked a lot of shit to you, acting like a little bit of a cunt. I'll admit. I'll do you a solid. Get on the rig, go ahead and hang out with Temp and his friends. And she did, and it was beautiful. Oh, fuck. Do I really want to go back up there? How much of this shit do I just leave for Amanda? But yeah, she's got a couple potential collabs in the pan for next week. But nothing this week other than the thing with Malone. I am so fucking done with this page. I don't know if that's the system slowing down or whether it's just an effect of me stepping upstairs. Because it's at 74 CPU, 87 memory right now. That's not too bad. And it looks like the I'm watching on the phone. It is still running quite well. Oh. Yeah, that looks like a gun right up the crotch. Right up the crotch. Ladies and gentlemen, is that a penis? Write your answers in the comment section below. And we wash the penis away. That's what we do on the Amanda Spots Project. We wash the penis away. I wonder if this will help go ahead and finish out get out the long boy. Let's see if this will finish out the conservatory. Now that I got this perspective here. Wow, you're nearly done. I'm getting so excited. Thank you, Megan. I can't wait for the party now. Party's gonna be a little delayed, Megan. I'm not finishing tonight, probably. Go ahead and switch to the smaller one. The last couple of weeks, brewed up some real winners in the apothecary. Megan, I want your strongest potions. Why do I keep making references to shit I've never watched? Okay, green takes care of it. Does white take care of it? Yeah, white takes care of it. Going to be mega fantastico. You know what, Megan? I will go to your party. I will wear my white mask, my porcelain white mask. Fun fact. The mask. Since I am a coyote god, everyone was wondering about the power of the mask that I wear. The porcelain mask. It's purely cosmetic. It's 100% cosmetic. I've got multiple different masks. And the fact that I have a whole bunch of different masks has nothing to do with the fact that when you try to AI generate me, the mask is always different. Nothing to do with that at all. It's not like we had to work around the lore to fit that in. It's something. I guess the panes and the lattice work are different. Did I get the lattice work yet? No. The conservatory frame. You know, Colonel Mustard did it in the conservatory with the wrench. Clue, man. That's one of the classics. Amanda loves board games. Old classic board games. She loves them. That's why she's so pissed off that Tabletop Simulator is so unoptimized she can barely play it. Because she loves classic board games. And Clue was an interesting one. Because I recently read, there's Cluedo for the rest of you weirdos in the rest of the world. But Clue itself, Cluedo, whatever, had a variant called like Master Cluedo or Super Cluedo, where it's like 10 weapons instead of 6, 10 suspects instead of 6, and like 15 rooms or something instead of the 9. So basically Clue, but a lot fucking long. Like, I don't think Clue's too long anyway. Mr. Body has been murdered in that fucking house for many, many years, again and again. That's his name, by the way. The guy that whose murder you're trying to figure out in Clue. It's Mr. Body, Boddy, as in hiding the body. I thought that was a neat little touch. Oh, the movie was. I almost forgot it. The movie was amazing. Because I think it was like, wasn't it Martin Mull as Colonel Mustard? And Christopher Wright, Doc Brown as Professor Plum. The movie was hilarious. And I also like, I'm not going to spoil it for everyone, but I do like the fact that considering how Clue, the game is different every time you play, it's great that the movie did have a few multiple endings. Although they did specifically tell you which one was the real ending. I thought that was very interesting. One of those few movies where it's done really well. You wouldn't think you'd get a whole movie out of a board game, but they did it really well. And then you see the fucking battleship movie with Rihanna and aliens throwing balls at a ship or something. Some dumb shit. They can't all be winners, man. They can't all be winners. I'm gonna have to look it up sometime. I forget. I think that the audio stopped for a while. That's weird. That's weird. I think there was a Monopoly move that was gonna happen some time ago.
Hello?
Nicola. It's nice to stop
Hello,
by.
Amanda.
Amanda's not here right now. You're talking to Sandruby. I'm here until the horror shit ends.
Oh.
It's nice to have you stopping by.
Hello, Sandruby.
You know, Coyote God is as Coyote God
I saw
does.
you were in the PC in the FlaVR Discord. And
Yeah.
Like, oh, I wonder if they're streaming VR, and I'm like, yeah, I'll pop in. I'll pop in.
I appreciate it. Do you own the Powerwash sim? Because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing the haunted house.
I do,
For
but I can send you how to.
Not a problem. I was told that this seasonal item.
Actually, do I own it, or do I just have the demo?
Yeah. Well, I believe the demo expired. Like the demo was only for like 4 days, but that's what hooked Amanda about this game. Yeah, that's what hooked her, and right at.
It's kind of not really my thing. I gotta be honest.
That's fair enough. Amanda's not into first-person shooters either, but it's a good Zatsu game too. It's a good Zatsu game until you get down to the last like 1%, and you're having to look for that tiny little cranny of fucking dirt somewhere just to finish the board.
Oh yeah.
So it's
don't really like cleaning very much myself.
Fair enough. So Amanda tells me she was yesterday. Temp was doing a stream with web fishing, and it looks like y'all showed up just like shortly after she left because she was there. It was honestly good to see Temp streaming again because I know Ishu said he wasn't going to be streaming anymore, but to see him going live, just let Amanda get on the rig and stop by because underperformers love. Because you were talking about with the GPU and the 3D objects and everything being issues with Amanda's shit rig.
Yeah.
She can play it just fine, but streaming it takes a little bit too much resources. So, although she has found out, though, she recently found out what a anti-assailing is, and that it should be turned off at every opportunity. That seems to help a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever y'all call it, I don't know.
Yeah.
But so I do thank you for stopping. Like I think it's because of the audio channels that this thing uses. I was wondering why the water just suddenly stopped going all of a sudden. Um,
Oh,
so
that's weird.
so I saw you recently dropped a nice little song on your channel. I know you've been working on a lot of things. Is there anything you'd like to promote that's coming up?
Um, I think I should. The thing is, the more I talk about things, the less I want to do it. It's kind of motivation is weird.
Fair enough.
Um,
You want to surprise everyone. You want to
I
razzle
think I
dazzle
think
them when it hits.
yeah, yeah. Because like if I had talked about my debut thing, I never would have finished it.
Yeah, it's
It's
just that
like it
it's
it
that
gives
one
you
to
that like
blow
the
everyone
brain
away.
chemical of completion to talk about something with someone, and it like it gives you the satisfaction of finishing things without ever actually finishing it.
Right. It's like all those people who were pre-debut for like months at a fucking time and never actually get the chance to actually debut.
Yeah. The V tweeter.
Yeah. They're called
I
VXers
had an
now.
idea. I can't do it because I'm not on Twitter, but I had an idea which was like look for the people and look for all these tweeters that are all pre-debut and then like doing engagement posts and like preparing to go live but never actually doing it, and then doing setting up like some kind of tournament thing, like maybe like a Minecraft Hunger game, so like some sort of competition type of thing, adding a bunch of pre-debut people under the condition that they have to stream it, and like see who would agree to it. You know, I think that would be maybe an interesting way to maybe give some people the push to actually start streaming.
Or
Maybe I don't know.
would you
What do
be
you
offering cash and fabulous prizes?
think? Well, I don't really have fabulous prizes, cash and fabulous prizes to offer, unfortunately.
So you're paying them in exposure.
I'm a little bit broke.
We all are, man. Amanda's been fumbling over that because she spent so much money on collab games and shit, and now she was actually really starting to think about trying to add more RAM to run and stream these 3D games, which is kind of feeling like she's losing the plot about what she started this doing this to be like a V singer and shit like that. So it's just the brain. Well, we all get brain worms, right? We all get fucking brain worms.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like it's I, I don't know. It's very hard to not get lost in the noise because
Yeah.
everybody's doing things, and it takes quite a bit to stand out, right?
Right. Especially these days when it's
And
well, one could say it's actually easier to be a VTuber now than it's ever been. I mean,
yeah, yeah.
Amanda had a computer for like 1 week and had internet for literally about 3 hours before she officially became a PNG tuber. That's how easy it can be to do this.
Yeah.
And I
So
feel like what.
another thing
Oh,
about
sorry.
the hardware is it's have you heard of the concept of a creative limitation?
Uh, you'll have to elaborate on that.
Okay, so the idea of creative limitation is say you're working in some sort of creative space, like you're painting or making music or streaming, right? Or whatever artistic medium you're on. If you don't put any sort of limitations on yourself, then you have all of these like infinite amounts of choices that you could go with, and it it, it kind of becomes overwhelming, and it limits the amount of things that you can express. Because you're like, what am I doing? And you get bogged down, and you don't actually do anything.
But just well,
Like I'm sure you.
oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, I didn't know it was called that, but I am very familiar with that concept of just having so many options
Okay.
and just not being able to. I just didn't know that it's nice to know what it's called though, because
Okay.
I feel like everyone kind of gets hit by that
I'm
at some
still
point.
elaborating. I'm still elaborating. Um, the so that's like decision paralysis, right?
Right.
What a creative limitation is where you deliberately narrow down the scope of of your options. Um, and it's enforcing a limitation on yourself deliberately. Um, either something that's forced upon you by like a limitation of your tools, like with like an under like a low spec computer or uh, cheap art supplies or um, forcing yourself to use open source software for music or it could be a limitation practicality, but there's also creative limitations that are sometimes more abstract, where it's like maybe a painter is like, I'm going to try to make a painting with only the color orange or something like that, and it's like setting up a puzzle for yourself, and you're like, what it's like arranging yeah, like a puzzle, right? And you're it forces you to get in the mindset of working within the constraints set by the limitations. And I'm sure you've heard the saying that necessity is the mother of invention.
Right.
And like when you have a bunch of constraints put on you, it it forces you to become inventive. It forces you to come up with creative solutions to your problems. Um, and so having those limitations counterintuitively can actually be a really good thing for the creative process.
That makes perfect
Um,
sense.
so yeah, and like you really have to lean into that, and that is something I see with like you and Rico, where it's like you don't really have all that creative computer hardware, but you can lean into it and be like, well, what can I do anyways as long as I have this? And you're like, well, I can do Powerwash Simulator, so I'm gonna do a whole bunch of Powerwash Simulator streams. I'm gonna get people on to do Powerwash Simulator classes with me, and it's like that's really cool. I think
Well,
that's really cool.
thank you. And the big thing about that, and Amanda's talked about this before, the biggest inspiration for doing that type of thing and not having to lean into it was a Hachima, a Kai Hato, back during that period where she was away and not able to stream games and things like that, very limited with university and everything. She had to get really creative. So she leaned into the lore. She did the whole uh, Hachima versus Akai Hato thing, and
Yeah.
it really redefined her as a performer. The only sad thing is that she, like a lot of more brilliant writers, did not know where she wanted this to end, and she just let the fans work on how it went, and the fans wanted blood and gore because she was kind of catering to the American fans at that point. But she
Yeah.
had, but it was,
Hachima.
yeah, just help
Yeah,
redefine who she was.
you've really set the standard for like Menhera content, like over the top craziness, where it's like, what in the hell is going on over there?
And
And
like the scene where she quote unquote
there's been a bunch of
decapitated
people who,
herself. That's very simple to do. You just like
yeah,
get your 3D model and just put a black square above it. But the effect, it's selling the effect, and writing a good story around it.
uh, yeah, and like there's been other VTubers since then who have kind of treaded the same path to some extent, with like the craziness, but like Hachima sort of paved the way. Like
Yeah,
she crawled so that others could run, you know?
right. And I know Mousy, Iron Mouse, she does lore with the whole Satan Angel thing, but I don't know whether that's more so for comics and merchandise and new outfits and stuff like that. I don't think she actually leans into it. She's more of a kind of traditional streamer, as amazing as she is. But like you sometimes I think Amanda
Yeah.
got most frustrated because she kind of felt like nobody else in the VTuber sphere was into lore doing that shit anymore, and it was just her. But what really did her heart good. I don't know if you saw it. I think you were streaming at the time, but her Zatsu with Juwoon Sugar Bloom, where Juwoon surprisingly actually had a lot of lore that he did as well with the whole vampire fairy from another dimension thing, and just discovering everything during that Zatsu.
Is good.
Yeah, so that kind of did Amanda's heart good, knowing that there are other people out there who are into that type of shit and that can pick up what she's putting down. That she doesn't have to get numbers
Yeah.
just by buying games and stuff.
I wonder if maybe I should maybe dig a little bit deeper into lore. Because I haven't really done a whole lot with it. But
Yeah, I don't think.
there's a little bit there that I could probably elaborate on.
Well, if you're ever interested in running ideas by Amanda, I'll let her use the rig for a while and definitely want to root around because that's the type. She said herself multiple times she's not a streamer, she's a writer, and she's a writer who streams and a singer who streams. So if you ever want to kick around ideas with that, just let her know. I'm sure she'd happy to look into it.
Okay.
And she's kind of extended that to anyone else who wants to try that.
Interested in more like writing stuff too.
Well, remember a long time ago, I can't believe I'm saying that 3 months is a long fucking time ago. The internet is weird. But she tried to do something like that called Desert Chronicle, which was role playing and storytelling and Zatsu and game, trying to do all that in one. And she got exactly one episode with Cara Malone, and then that all kind of fizzled out. Partially because nobody else wanted to do episode 2. Partially because she does Steam and how easy it is to get dirt cheap games. So it's just, she'd love to do Desert Chronicle again, but she just needs to hear back because it takes a little while to do that because she has to get the she writes a basic. It's like a D&D campaign. She writes a basic storyline, generates about 9 to 10 different potential images of the person who's playing, and then and eventually it all just leads up to the Zatsu part, and then the lore at the end. But it does take a couple weeks to set something like that up, so she does have to know well in advance. I think that part of it was why she got really frustrated that no one was interested in it, because it takes a lot longer to do than like a normal stream.
Has it? We see in the writing streams that Rolame has done, where he
Yeah,
basically just has like a notepad on screen, and then like kind of does it as like a back and forth with chat. And
yeah. Sensoka was actually bringing that up
I mean,
as
even
well.
if chat's not there, it's like you just kind of you do the writing with a like you do the writing on stream rather than doing the writing off stream and then like presenting it on stream. You know, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, like we have done a couple. We were initially inspired by Tiffy Weefy, Mother Tiffy, who does all that type of stuff, and we have two writing streams. One, Amanda was working on her own origin. One, I was explaining who I was, and she wants to do more of that shit, but she got really fucking Monero over the numbers for a while, but I think that's past. Talking to Jawoon and yeah, talking to Jawoon and realizing that there are people out there who are still doing stuff like she does, that really did her good. So, since you did stop by, we're gonna stop in a little bit. I'll let you know, just like I let the people watching know, after this week, which is doing all the horror shit. Next week, Amanda's just gonna do a lot of shit she likes, cause like no politics, but next week is gonna be very stressful for a lot of people. So she wants to be as entertaining as possible, and doing that is just the easy shit that she knows and the easy shit that she likes. So, she pushed her karaoke singing back to next week. She'll be doing writing another writing stream next week. Just Amanda being Amanda, and not worrying about the fucking numbers or the rig or being able to stream something like a game that saves the muscles in the roof of the gymnasium. Anything like that. We're coming up on a.
All right.
I was initially told that this section would take 1 to 2 hours. It's been 3 hours, and I'm only at like 94%. So I was gonna go ahead and cut it in a little bit, and because I am doing another stream at 10 o'clock, Vampire Survivors and Inscription, whether it is. So I'm just gonna do a little bit more, get Amanda to a good place, and let her finish this shit eventually.
All right. Well, I guess you have fun with that. Maybe I should pop out and let you finish things with chat then.
Well, Sensoka's really been the only guy chatting that, and he knows how much he's appreciated. You, as someone who's been working with physical things as well, isn't Sensoka's just the amazing shit that he's been doing, man? Yeah. But I would like to say, Amanda would like to.
Cool stuff.
If you want to talk about lore and shit, Amanda would love to, and eventually want to do the karaoke again sometime. Although she might have to work on the timing, because the way they did it last week or last time, I think she may have hit a couple of the buttons at the wrong time, because your audio did play, but there was a little echo points here and there, so she may have not switched it over at the right time. Although the songs themselves did come out okay. You'd think they'd have figured out a way to fix that by now, though.
Yeah, it's a tricky setup to work out, so I don't know.
Yeah, plus she is.
I'm really. This is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I'm actually really self-conscious of my singing. So.
Oh, so's Amanda, but she
I don't actually know how much karaoke I want to do. I kind of want to maybe break it out for male occasions every now and then, but
of course,
I don't really want to do it all that often.
that's fair enough. I will tell you that there are not a lot of streams out there that are must-see streams for Amanda, but right now it is anytime you do karaoke, and Malone's current playthrough of Silent Hill 2. Those are like the biggest. You'll notice she hasn't streamed on Friday for quite a while because she's been watching Malone play Silent Hill 2. So just let her know, man. Because it looks like it was a really good remake. It's like everyone was scared once they saw Bloober Team's other work, how they've handled that type of subject Silent Hill 2 handled in the past. But everyone agrees they did a really great fucking job.
Oh, I just remembered.
Yes.
I will have a music production collab with Cypher on Thursday.
Oh, great. Thursday. What, Thursday night? Or like what time?
I think so, yeah.
Because
I don't fully agreed on the time, but
well, I know
Amanda Thursday night, I think.
Amanda was going to stream karaoke on Halloween night, but when she realized what the next week was going to be, she pushed it back to next week because that's one of those things she knows she can do easily. So she should, I'm going to be having my final stream at 3 a.m. on Halloween. I'll be reading Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, shit, Thursday night is Halloween.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
So the thing is, Amanda works on Halloween, but 3 a.m. is 3 a.m., so she could just go to bed early on Wednesday after the Malone collab where they're doing Everyone Explodes. And then just get up at 1:30 or something, set up the rig for me. I'll read Call of Cthulhu, which is like an hour, say my goodbyes on the channel, and then
Ooh.
and then she still be able to get her for work.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm reading the short story because that's the big one of H.P. Lovecraft, the actual story itself.
Oh, right. Lovecraft is pretty cool.
He is, and we were talking earlier about he is an amazing writer. Kind of helped reshape the fact that you don't have to show or tell or describe everything in horror. Like, the best type of things are the things that are left to your mind, because your mind is going to fill in the blanks in horrifying fucking ways. Anything scarier than anything he could have written. But you also got to pair his brilliance with the fact that the dude was
100% true for horror games. I think the least scary ones are where they just straight up show you as a monster. I think the spookiest ones are where, at most, they only give you, slight glimpses out of the corner of your eye or things like that.
Sunsoga says that the Mountains of Madness is another great love. Yeah. I've got a whole book. Amanda's got a whole book of. Those are two of her most prized possessions. A full book of the work of H.P. Lovecraft and Final Fantasy Ultimaca or something. It's a tabletop book of the artwork from the first 6 Final Fantasy games, the pixel art ones from Nintendo and Super Nintendo. But yeah, reading Lovecraft got her through a really boring stretch at Desert Salt LLC. So she has an admiration for the man, although that is kind of trying to pair that off with the fact that he apparently was quite racist. Fuck. Because the question is how much of that
is very popular among VTubers, but horror games are generally not really my thing.
Yeah, Amanda either. She was talking about it. That everyone's playing that Goblin game, or are there a couple other the actual horror ones, and it's just not her back because mechanically, and I think she brought this up during the Misao stream where she streamed the remake of Misao, this RPG with 50 different cheap horror deaths. A lot of these horror games, once you get past the spoopy jump scares and everything, there's not a lot there as far as an actual game goes. You have to kind of look to find one that's good mechanically.
Really don't like jump scares.
Yeah, there has
I
to be
think
some
jump
substance
scares
there.
are really cheap, and it kind of it really takes away from the experience for me. Like I like uh there was a very spooky situation that really sat with me um that I experienced IRL, and I've never experienced anything like it in media or in video games or movies or anything. And
Oh,
it was when I was driving out to the hunting shack on my three-wheeler, which is like an ATV. Most of them are four wheels, but some of the older ones are three-wheeled, and mine is a three-wheeler, right? So I was driving out to the hunting shack in the middle of the night. So it's like after dark, and I'm going down the trail. It's kind of through like a boggy swamp, and there's like a trail. It's all full of like mud puddles, and it's very grassy, and
right,
yeah. So um, I'm driving there, and I've got family that are also coming through, but they're like quite a ways behind me, right?
right,
And I'm driving, and my engine cuts out, and my headlights go off, and I'm just sitting there in the dark. The engine is dead quiet, and like I can see, like it's after sunset, and like you can see some of the light coming over, like the horizon,
right.
like off in the distance. But other than that, it's very quiet, and I just had to sit there until the family came by so we could get the three-wheeler started again. His I forget what was wrong with it, but I think it needed to be full started. I wanted to say,
Right.
um, not with like the rip the pull cord, but like driving it along and pulling it behind the other ones that started.
Right.
Um, very old machine. Not in the best. I think we fixed it up more like since then, um, but yeah, I just remember sitting there waiting and just like imagining what's out in the woods. Like there are wolves in the area, but I didn't hear any. But they could be there. Um,
They could just be smart.
and it's like to hear like the sounds of the wind blowing through the trees and the leaves and grass rustling. Um, and it feels so quiet because like your ears, your sense of vibration is used to the loudness of the engine, and just in contrast, it's so much quieter. And like you're used to the light of the headlight, and it's off, and it's dark, but it's not so dark that you can't see. It's dark enough to like make things out with your night vision, like,
Right.
and like your mind starts picking out shapes in the distance. Like, is that a wolf over there? No, that's just a tree. What about that? Oh no, not exactly. Um, and you just wait and you wait and you wait, and then eventually the family comes up behind you. We got the three-wheeler started and everything, but it was kind of just that interim moment of sitting there in silence, not knowing entirely what's out there or if you're in danger. Because wolves are legitimately dangerous.
Right.
Um, yeah, that was very spooky, but like no jump scares, right? There's nothing that's gonna like actually jump out and get you. I never saw them. They could have been there, but they were. Or to my knowledge, they were.
Well, actually, believe it or not, that kind of reminds me of a Stephen King book. It's not the exact same situation, but it's something similar. If you ever want to check it out sometime, I think it's not that long. Check out The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. It's about a girl who gets trapped in the woods, lost in the woods, and of course, Stephen King wrote it, so it gets really, really scary. But it is something kind of similar to that. The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon.
Interesting. I'll have to look it out. I don't know if I'm gonna read it, but
Yeah, not a problem.
The girl who but they have like a synopsis of it, or like
Basically, a young girl who gets lost in the woods, and all she has to keep her sanity and keep herself safe is a radio that's playing a baseball game. Tom Gordon is a baseball player that she likes, and that's like kind of one of the only tenuous links she has to humanity while she's trapped in the wilderness.
I see.
The real man versus nature story, but instead of a man, it's just small child.
Did you read Hatchet when you were in school?
Who wrote that?
Let me look at.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Gary Paulson.
No.
I remember reading that when I was in school. It was about a guy who, like this kid, who crashed in a plane crash in the Canadian wilderness and had to survive with just a hatchet.
Wow.
And
so it's a real story.
From what I remember, it was based on a true story. Yeah. It's not a horror book. It's more of like a survival story. Although there are some pretty horrific parts of it, because I remember there was a part where like the plane crashed in the lake, and then like later he comes back to the plane to look for supplies. Like he has to like dive down into the lake to get into the plane.
Right.
And there's the underwater rotting corpse of the plane pilot in there, but like he still has to go through it to get the supplies that are in the plane.
Right, because you drown like that, the bodies usually get all bloated and everything.
Yeah, but like it goes through like how he like made shelter and found food, and like the experience of sleeping outside without shelter and like just getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, which is 100% accurate. I can tell you that. I guess I've been camping. I know what that's like.
Yeah, you are quite the outdoorsman, aren't you? I've seen those pictures you've posted.
I haven't been out in a good while, but I used to do that a lot when I was younger.
Well, it's probably been too hot, hasn't it? Like not trying to dox where
right now.
Like, cause not trying to dox where you're from. It's been hot all across the country, but I'm saying things are probably getting a little better now.
Well, like I've said before, like on stream and in other places, I'm from Minnesota.
Right.
And it's pretty cold here. Just let me look up the temperature right now. It is 44 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Which is 7 degrees Celsius for the Euros in the international viewers.
Just for comparison, let me go ahead and see what the weather's like, because now that Amanda's been working from home, there are times where she doesn't go outside for a day or two. Desert weather forecast. It's like 55 right now in the middle of the night.
Okay, that's still pretty cool.
Yeah. Because
That's
it
still on the cooler side of things.
it's definitely good for the AC because there's a whole lot of times where Amanda's utility bill almost doubled, almost tripled, simply because of the air conditioner going.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely live on the cooler side of the country, temperature wise, and I think annually I end up paying more for heating than air conditioning, like for electricity costs.
Right.
Um,
Well, that's the one good.
especially towards like January and February, where it gets really really cold. There's no cloud blanket to keep in the heat. It gets really cold in winter.
I think it's probably Amanda would prefer how being the fact that it is so warm, relatively warm these times of years. Like probably couldn't take snow even if it was an option. But like she talked about how it's been so warm here in the past. She's been able to swim on Christmas because you know she loves swimming. Uh, Swimming on Christmas Day
Really?
tradition back when she lived in a different part of the desert. But then we all move up, we all move on, we all grow out.
Have you ever experienced -40-degree weather?
Um, Not that low, no. Probably close, but not
It's
actually that low.
it's pretty
Actual below
scary.
sub-zero.
You can when it gets that cold, you can toss a cup of water into the air and it'll freeze before it hits the ground.
Dear God.
And if you go outside without without like your face covered without all of your skin covered, like exposed skin will get frostbite in a matter of a few minutes. Uh, Especially if it's windy and there's wind chill. Um, it's and I remember the story of this waitress who worked uh at worked at a restaurant, right?
Right.
She went outside to check on a grill that was on like the deck that was outside of the restaurant, and there was some ice on the deck, and she tripped and fell and hit her head, and she went unconscious outside, and she died of hypothermia before anybody had noticed that she was even gone.
You've absolutely got to be
Like,
very careful in those conditions. Yes.
yeah, yeah, like there is cold, and then there is cold, where it becomes a genuine danger.
An
it, it
actual
is
health
it is
risk.
genuinely something to be prepared and worried about. Um, like you don't want to spend any excessive time outside in -40-degree weather. If you don't have to,
Right.
it's very scary. It's very scary, and like in like even minus 20-degree weather, like trying to start a vehicle is very sketchy. Like engines do not want to run at that temperature because oil, the viscosity changes with temperature, right?
Right.
And like there's thermal expansion, and like the metal of your engine will contract, and it'll make like that. It, engines are built with tolerances, right? Where they like there's gaps where things will slide past other things. When it contracts, those tolerances are the I'm saying clearance. Tolerance is like how they get the clearance, but anyways, it contracts and makes it harder for things to slip past each other. So when you go to start your engine, there is a lot more resistance, and then the starter doesn't have enough power to turn it over quickly enough to actually get it started. And then because the chemical reaction of burning the gasoline needs needs heat because it's cold, there's so much heat drained out of the engine, it takes a while to actually get the gasoline to burn in the first place. So, like, engines, they really do not want to start in the cold. And you might say, well, like, just get an electric vehicle. Electric vehicles are even worse because lithium polymer batteries, they rely on a chemical reaction to generate electricity, and that chemical reaction is moderated by temperature. So at a lower temperature, it generates much less energy, and also it has much less energy capacity, which means like your range for how far an electric vehicle can go is much shorter. So like it is not practical to switch from an internal combustion engine to an electric vehicle up here where it's so cold, because like, oh, what are you gonna do? Go 15 miles and then charge your vehicle? Like, it's not. Yeah, some officers, my e-bike loses a lot of range in the cold. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. So it's like hard to get anywhere. It's hard to get anywhere. I think there's some vehicles that have like a heater block where it like you plug it in to the wall and it heats up the engine so that it's not so difficult to start it. I don't have one of those, but that would be really nice to have.
Yeah, you'd think they'd have figured out that problem by now, considering how long we have had electric vehicles.
Yeah, yeah. I think don't electric batteries also heat up like as you're draining power from them because of the chemical reaction? I think it's an exothermic reaction, right? So maybe like if you heated the battery before you left, but none of them are built to actually do that because all the companies that build electric vehicles are either in California or Texas or whatever, that dealing with this sort of thing isn't a problem. Like engineers, they're very narrow focused on like their surroundings. Like they're not gonna deal with problems that they don't have to deal with. But you know, that doesn't stop. Well, I guess I should get into that. That's not.
Well,
But yeah,
you'd
like,
think they'd look into it if there was enough of a market for it, though.
yeah. Well, I mean, there should be. There should be. There's a good few people living up here, especially in the cities. But I don't live in the cities. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like a beautiful journey, man. It's and I hope y'all just stay careful out there. As someone who, Amanda's had to deal with that, there's a large homeless problem in the desert. having to deal with people sleeping outside and stuff. And
Ooh.
even though it doesn't even get nearly that cold, you'll still have people dying from exposure. So, oh, thank fuck.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of homeless people around here because it's not really gonna survive if it's that cold.
Right.
Like I would imagine if someone's homeless and they live in their like in this area, they probably just have to go somewhere else.
Right.
Like it's like the weather is just like naturally like those spikes that keep homeless people from sleeping in various places. Like that's just the natural
Yeah,
weather here.
I forget the term for it, but I actually became kind of fascinated with that because, man, it does a lot of walking. A lot of walking where she lives, and or she used to back when she was in town, worked in town, and she saw that just fucking spikes everywhere. Like this was a Mega Man game, and it's like aggressive architecture or something. It's like why when they put out a park bench, they'll put these big hard metal railings in the middle of the park bench, just so people won't be tempted
Yeah,
to
I'm not a fan.
sleep on them. I gotta get a fucking
You know, I
ladder.
don't really like that. It's like it's not very welcoming, is it? It's not like, oh man, I sure want to spend time in this place.
Yeah, you're not there
Well,
because
you
you're
don't.
there because you don't have a choice.
Toby says, depends if there's somewhere to hide out as homeless for years. Gotta find places to hide out. No place where the wind can't get you. Let your body heat warm up the space. Ah. Yeah, I don't know if that would work here, because it's like even if you can get shelter, like your body heat is not gonna cut it for work. Like it doesn't matter how much like how thick your layers are, how well you're insulated. Um you need better heating than just body heat.
It's not gonna cut it.
Like if you're outside.
But you know, then people get directed to the shelters, but then the shelters fill up, or they force you to leave after a certain amount of time, a certain time of the day.
I think there are some homeless shelters in some of the bigger cities, but if you're in one of the smaller towns, there's not a whole lot of that.
Yeah, the desert, the area Amanda lives in, the desert is a very small community, and that's why she keeps talking about why the stores and stuff she visit don't have shit. It's not it's not like she could
if
just like
homeless
walk where
just
she
means you
needs.
don't have a home, I would imagine there's homeless people that like live out of cars or would stay at other like we do the couch surfing thing when we go from person to person, just and live with them. In terms of like what you typically think of as a homeless person, where like they just entirely live outside. I don't think that's really a thing here.
Yeah,
You
especially
just straight up die. Like it would kill me.
yeah, and you see that with you see the opposite here in the desert where it gets so warm in the summer. It's not as lethal, but these like especially the last few years, the heat has been like almost lethal. Like people have been dying in the heat, and unfortunately, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. Like I said, no politics, but it has been getting worse over the last couple of years, and Amanda has felt it walking to and from work. How it was just so hot, it's almost unbearable. Fuck. I keep falling off this fucking tower. How it's become so hot, it's almost unbearable. And I think that was one of her decisions, the reasons to work from home, because it just started getting that bad. Where can I place this fucking thing there? I'm sorry if I get a little heated. I'm up to the 99.99%. Now I'm just determined to finish this fucking thing today.
Yeah, I've got your stream pulled up and muted, and I see you like jumping in.
I'd expected someone to jump in and
To put
play.
the scaffolding like right in front of me.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. Unfortunately, the thing is so big and unwieldy that I don't have. Oh, there we go. Thankful. That I don't have a lot of places where I can put it. Like there's not a lot of options. I'm just trying to check what I've got left. At this point where it's 99%, I don't even look at the percentage anymore. I look at how much for every item. And I thought at $275 this would be relatively easy, but now fuck that shit. So I'm missing one fucking window. Go back all the way back to the herb house because I'm missing one fucking window out of 15. Like I said, this game is great. It's very peaceful for the first 99%, but you get that last 1%, and it's just gonna fucking end you because you're looking for every little last bit, and then you got to stare at the top left to see, oh, what is
like puzzles?
well, it kind of is a first-person puzzle shooter because you gotta figure out how to get everything. And I just keep walking around this fucking thing until oh, there it is.
Like a jigsaw puzzle.
Oh yeah, because all the little pieces and everything, all the little bits.
Like, yeah, you know the edge pieces, and then you have to start looking for all the little bits.
Well, that's what that's what kind of I was trying to do with this
Kind of the same.
earlier.
It's like you're searching through all the nooks and crannies looking for something to clean.
Yeah, well, look, your pal Temp actually really helped me helped Amanda out when they collabed, learning about how to, and I think they both figured this out accidentally. Apparently, if you hit a certain button, you can actually, if you choose in your list a certain item that is not cleaned yet, and you click it, it'll just start glowing out of nowhere. So you have to be in the general vicinity, but I do know that does help. Right, but any little bit.
Oh,
Or
it's
just-
in windows, and you can probably see it from standing a little ways away, right? Or do you have to be super close for it to start glowing?
Well, you can see the glow from a while away, but if it's one of the things where you have to, like, it looks like this one, you have to clean the underside of everything and the top of everything also. So if you're just standing around, and then you just get fucking underside of something and you miss that, or like here, the little fucking side of this, and I know I can't get too angry about that because if you're a real life power washer, you got to do that too. You got to be particular because you're paid to make it look good. I think it was Kara. I'm not sure. Pardon?
Start a power washing company for real?
Dear God, no! I don't have that kind of
Hey,
stamina.
you'll go pro.
Mother Splats actually owns a power washer, and Amanda brought up this game and how it's like, no, you can't do that in real life unless you're like an expert because the recoil and just break you just spraying it around for hours trying to get in every little thing. I forgot who it says, but one streamer said, "No, you don't want to be a power washer in real life. You just want to play Power Wash Simulator for a living." Because in real life, you don't get the little fucking thing that tells you where the dirt is and everything. You don't get that orange blast. I think you got to figure out what a fucking dormer is. Oh, up to 236 out of 275.
You'll have to keep trading.
Dormer roof, which is dormer windows. Whatever it is,
It's like
I
playing
haven't gotten there yet.
fast food simulator versus actually working at McDonald's.
Right. Or Burger Time.
Have you
If anyone's
checked
ever
out
go that one.
demo yet?
I watched Malone play it, but I don't know how interested I would be in that, especially since it is a 3D game. May not run as smoothly.
Might be worth testing because it is a free game.
Oh,
The
yeah,
demo
yeah.
is free.
I think it's a demo. Yeah, like that Goblin cleanup that everyone's playing.
Yeah.
Oh shit! How did I pick that up from up here? Oh. Yeah, I should have been in bed like 20 minutes ago, but I'm at 99.99%. I'm determined to finish this damn thing in one stream. The one of the reasons that I was doing voice chat was to see if anyone wanted to play as well, but then I realized, like, because Amanda schedules her streams like a week, 2 weeks in advance, just because that's when her work schedule comes out. Didn't realize that like Neo was doing a huge collab in fishing for the charity, and then there was another big collab, and then Kara and Grub. Although it was nice, Grub did stop in for a few minutes before his collab with Kara, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, it's just overlap hell, man. And I think that I was talking about this earlier. It's a good thing that there's this overlap because you are flush for choice, man. You have so many choices of the great talents here that you can choose from. Oh fuck, that's what a dormer
I kind
is.
of wanted to use a charity thing, but like the way to get into it was to like DM them on Twitter, and I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah, well, shoot.
Well, they are doing a great thing. Like I know from my small time in the South that hurricanes are not a thing to fuck with. Like the residents who live through them may be cavalier, but all it takes is one really big one to like fuck everything up. And they got, I think they got 2 back to back. Oh fuck! I found the dormers.
Some family that lives in the area who were thankfully high and dry. But they told me a good bit about what's happened down there, and it's not good. And
Yeah,
it is very much not good.
It does my heart good to see the community coming together, man.
Yeah, it does mean a lot.
I always get paranoid about things like that though, because you hear stories about fake charities and scams and everything, and after a while, your natural inclination. Now, I'm not talking about the Reverie or whatever the channel. I don't know anything about them. I'm not saying they're bad or not. They seem to be a good company, but just that natural paranoia. So I've just been donating. There's an option at the Desert Walmart to donate to the Red Cross, and I've just been donating to that whenever I make a purchase. Because that's kind of a name you can trust too. But it is good to see everyone, all the flavors, being so active with this with hurricane relief.
I haven't really looked into the Red Cross.
Pardon?
I haven't really looked into the Red Cross myself.
Well, all I used to know about it was that, like, they can get litigious if you use the Red Cross symbol in video games and stuff.
Oh, I thought that wasn't the Red. I thought that was maybe it is the what is it? the United Nations.
No, the United Nations is like a political body. The Red Cross is like literally a Red Cross.
I thought it was like a treaty. United Nations Red Cross. Yeah, International Committee of the Red Cross. It's like, yeah, it's it's like because of the Geneva Convention thing. That's why you can't use the Red Cross in the game.
Right. Don't want to give people the wrong idea.
Like, it's not even a trademark thing. It's like a treaty.
Right.
Yeah. Peace treaty. Yeah.
On what I need, I just keep fucking falling off shit. I swear, if this game had fall damage, it would take twice as long. Like, imagine being such a amateur gamer, you die playing fucking Powerwash Simulator.
Oh, I would die.
Put up the kill count for Powerwash Simulator.
Had a collab doing it. I was kind of like a little shit that would like write things in the dirt and not really help a whole lot.
You were griefing.
Yeah.
Well, at least you admit it.
Was instigating.
Oh, I've got a thumb. I think I got all the fucking
It was
dormers.
Comedy. It's making content.
Yeah, making content. It's always about the fucking content, man. That's why Amanda works on like bits and stuff for her streams.
Yeah. It says suckers those need cola out there drive rocket ships. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to space. Space. I like space.
Yeah, Markiplier does too, I noticed.
I don't watch a whole lot of Markiplier. There's a bunch of like the really big names that I haven't followed too closely.
Yeah, it was like kind of guys like him were the
One of them
gateway.
I actually do watch is PewDiePie now.
Ooh, Oh yeah, PewDiePie.
I actually do watch PewDiePie.
He's like about the biggest, right? One of them. I was trying to remember. Like they did a list because the WWE recently became like the only 10th company or the 10th channel in the world to get the Ruby play button with like 100 million subscribers. And I forget the whole list of people who have done that up, but it was Mr. Beast, it was PewDiePie, and then like 8 companies. So much for this being a platform for the individual creators. Yeah, probably. I remember when PewDiePie made fun of Coco Melon and they bonked him. The bitch lasagna song. And then like everyone thought that it was because they were trying to protect Coco Melon and that money and everything. When really, if you actually listen to the song, he does threaten Takeshi 6ix9ine like multiple times. So that might have been that. I mean, it's hilarious, but you can also see why YouTube would want to stop that. Ding.
I'm kind of more on the side of like I'd like to see things not get taken down for I guess, frivolous reasons.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying that you could see what they were saying. Because bitch lasagna was an absolute rock banger. Now we're starting to get into obscure shit on the list I'm doing. Dormer windows, dormer window frames. We running around this fucking roof all night. Well, I do appreciate you keeping me company while I'm trying to finish this fucking thing off.
Can you imagine the creator, like, looking at, like, trying to part this out and be like, what the hell would this be called? What is this window here called?
The faucets and the soffits and all that.
How do I disambiguate this from the other windows?
Well, they don't. They just group them all together like dormer windows, 6 of 9 or 6 of 7, I think it is. Forgetting how many I got left.
Right.
One window frame. Yeah, one dormer window frame left. And it's annoying because when you hover over something, it does tell you how much dirt there is left. But then they're super tiny things and you still have to fucking find them before you can point your gun at them. Your fucking water gun.
My nose is all plugged up.
You got allergies?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know this time of the year, Amanda's like getting really bad. Like there's been a couple of streams recently where she was so congested, it almost kind of became its own little meme. So got the Eves. Eves.
I want to bake some more bread.
Oh, what type of bread?
Just white bread.
Well, how do you do? Do you have like a bread machine or?
I've got a mixing bowl and a cast iron bread pan.
Oh, nice. Because I know back in the day, Amanda's family had a bread machine where you just put the dough and ingredients in and it cooked it themselves. But it was weird because it was kind of like a generic one. So instead of getting a nice formed loaf like you'd see at the bakery or something that you'd normally think, it's just a big square block with a large hole, like a deep hole indentation in it. And I'm like, why is that fucking hole there?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh no, that's the pillar where the mixer is, where it was like mixing everything around.
Yeah.
And it's just like, nah, I'll just slap things around instead.
It's not too terrible to just make bread. Like, just to make bread, though. Like, with just, like, flour and, like, you just mix up the bread dough in a bowl. Like, you get the yeast started with, like, hot water and some honey or sugar, and then the yeast. And then you let that, like, activate the yeast. And then once the yeast is activated, then you mix in enough flour to make bread dough.
Right.
And then once it's all mixed in, you let it rise for the first time, and then you punch it down. And then the second time, you put it in the bread pan.
There you go. It's that simple.
Shred bread.
Oh, fuck, that's what an Eve
You
is.
oil up the bread pan, though, too.
Oh, of course. Fuck, that's what an Eve is? I gotta walk around this whole fucking house. It's been longer than I thought it was. I'm of the mind of just like clicking every single thing, and just clicking every single thing in the menu so that everything I need to clean just starts glowing. But I almost feel like that's cheating. But they do give you the option.
Just
So
do it.
if I fall off the fucking roof one more time, because I was originally just gonna be 2 hours, see if anyone stopped by, make like this collaborative thing, but I know like it's
Okay.
overlap hell, but yeah, now it's gone from
I think maybe I'll hop out, go get my bread going, go watch some stuff. I wanna. I was like in the middle of watching the streamer Gold came back. Is it? That's an interesting.
I didn't hear about
Interesting
that.
situation with him. Yeah, because he got banned for one of his political takes. That was, yeah, it was kind of milquetoast, but Twitch banned him for it. I think.
You gotta be careful these days, man. I know that it gets fucking weird out there, especially this time of year. Got
Yeah.
left
Yeah.
one fucking Eve left. I think like when I click something, it only shows the one that needs to be cleaned, but then you still gotta fucking find it. Gonna be stumbling around. I should, if it's gonna be this much longer, I should probably go get something to fucking drink. Because me and Amanda have both been kind of bad about that, not getting something to drink on stream. But I know I'm gonna have to do that, get something, because when I'm reading Call of Cthulhu on Halloween, even though it's not really that long. Oh, this little bastard right here. It's fucking laughing at me. Ladder. Is there a sprint button?
Have you thought about doing YouTube shorts?
I have thought about
Because
maybe not shorts, but I've been thinking about doing clips. Because you know, Amanda does bits, like plans out bits for some of her streams. She needs to learn how to do short clips, so she can just go ahead and put those out. Because I know they're like no dedicated clippers for FlaVR. Although I think a couple of the talents do have their own clippers.
That I see it, very, very few people, like the really dedicated, the cool, awesome people, are the ones that actually see the streams. But if you want more people to see, something than just who's watching the streams, you put it in a video, or you put it in especially a YouTube short, because like so many people see the YouTube shorts, right?
Right. In fact, Amanda was talking about with Jawoon about how she does not watch actual wrestling shows anymore because there's just so much fucking wrestling to watch. It's impossible to really take care of. But they put clips of the show online and snippets and shorts of the show, so she could just watch the clips of the guys that she likes and then just kind of ignore the rest of the show. For the fucking side entrance, I need to get the door handle.
But yeah, if you really want to grow, get big number, follow the number Madeira. If you like shorts, shorts are stupid good.
Yeah, well, Amanda's like, oh, they're all the way up the fucking stairs. Been doing this for like 3.
I wish I had it in me to do more of them. Like they're really powerful.
Like, I know after it's been a few months just doing this, Amanda started from 0, but now she has really felt it's time to start stepping her game up and get into the more complex stuff like the shorts or the clips and stuff like that. It's time to start learning those trades. Which it just says house walls. That's as vague as it fucking gets. Where is it?
Short smaxing is a very powerful strat.
It kind of sounds gross when you put it that way. Short smaxing.
Short smaxing.
But that's what it is. You gotta. Although I know the biggest thing to worry about eventually making a business out of this is the concern about if you're putting your financial future into YouTube's hands, considering how often they like change rules and stuff like that, and you're really putting
what I would recommend is never treat it like it is or is going to be a business. Just literally just take it as a hobby, and if it ever does get there, then it gets there, right? But
right.
Never actually rely on it.
Don't.
Because it's not really for that.
You gotta, because there are so many people who are really talented and really good at that. Just the algo doesn't pick them up, or they just are unlucky, and it just doesn't pop off for them. But
you could be lucky and still don't pop off. Like it's like you have to be really, really lucky to pop off.
yeah, it's a lot more arbitrary. Like I know that's why Amanda's trying not to get the brain worms, because it's a lot more arbitrary than people let on.
Well, actually, the way I tend to think of it is it's like trying to catch wind with a sail. Is you need a big sail, and you need there to be wind, right? And it's like you can kind of tell which way the winds are blowing with like trends. Like you have to be somewhere where the wind is actually gonna be in the right place in the right time, right?
Right.
There's a lot of luck to that, right? Like you could expect there to be wind somewhere, and it just won't be there, right? But then the other thing is you have to have a sail, which is like how good is the stuff that you're putting out? Like how good is the content? Like how much are you putting into it? How much like is like if people want to watch it, then your seal is working. It's catching people come across it, right?
Right.
So you've got a big enough sail, and you're in a spot with wind, then it will take off.
Right. And I know that Amanda's like, I understand how lucky she is to have kind of like caught that thermal of being in a group called FlaVR, or like FlaVR rather. That's already got such kind of a built-in fan base to it. You can't, like, it's great to have that, but you can't really just rely on that if you want to, like people like Senna or Niana, who made it really big after dropping the FlaVR tag. It's a lot. They're just yeah.
But there's other ones like I had a short pop up a little while ago that was like it had something to do with the parkour civilization thing. Like that was a really, really big trend because I mean it was a huge meme, right?
Right. The chicken or pork thing.
People were really really enjoying it. Like, yeah, and I did like a little bit of a short that had something to do with that. And it did pretty well. It did pretty well.
And well, the big question is like doing the popular stuff, doing the big stuff, but trying to entertain because I think the brainworm and that comes from everyone's playing that game or talking about that movie. What can I add to the conversation that's different? Like if everyone's talking or playing with the same thing, how can I make it in my own style?
And I think there is. It's not just playing the game is not necessarily going to get you there, right? Like there's more to it than just like picking up the game and just playing it.
Right.
But like you see with Pippa, a lot of her clips are like talking about whatever is going on lately, like whatever has been the big thing, and then somebody clips it, and then the clip is there doing that, and then people see the clip and they're like, oh, I want to watch Pippa, right?
Well, I know with Amanda being a singer, doing shorts would help as well, because I know doing the rules. I think they're different for copyright. So actually, clipping little bits of the karaoke's, any of the songs that she felt confident enough to clip, that would definitely help too. Did I get the fucking wall yet?
Yeah, copyright is a little bit weird on YouTube. There's a lot of intricacies to it.
Yeah, and I think I've complained enough about what happened with my watch along of Manos, The Hands of Fate, but I'm gonna bring it up again because we're almost done. I actually did my fucking research, and I saw that movie from 1966 was supposed to be public domain, never filed for a trademark or anything. But I started watching the movie on stream. But sure enough, about 20 minutes in, we get some kind of thing said that the notice or the stream was blocked because of copyright, even though this was a public domain fucking movie. So I had to start all the way over again, and just put a fucking timer in the middle. Like I can't put it here. I'd be carrying around this fucking scaffold forever.
Yeah, and copyright and trademark are completely different things too. The other thing is, like with copyright, like legally, the moment you publish something, you have copyright over it. Like you have the right to it, and if someone copies it, they're not supposed to unless they have permission, right? But then there's like content ID on YouTube, which is an entirely separate thing from legal copyright.
And I think that's what it was. Like I think it was the AI they used instead of paying for like actual moderation popping off or something. I think it was automatic. Because this happened during one of Amanda's Powerwash streams too, where she was just cleaning the fucking golf course, and all of a sudden the stream got the stream got blocked.
Like technically, if you watch someone's YouTube video on stream, they could get you for copyright, but more often than not, they won't.
Yeah, because there is the whole question of like fair use.
Yeah, like that's the thing is like if they claim copyright and you can dispute it, be like, no, this is fair use, and then YouTube is like, all right, are you gonna take them to court? And then like sometimes you do have to take them to court, but like I don't have the resources to do that, and I don't think most people do, but.
Plus, I believe, don't you have to like?
That can happen.
Don't you have to give like your real address during one of those disputes?
Yeah.
Because that's what
Yeah.
our mouse is talking about. About how someone struck one of her Clipper channels, I think. Oh, thank
Yeah,
fuck!
there's been people who have been doxxed that way, and it's not good.
I wasn't, by the way, anyone watching, I was not saying thank fuck about Iron Mouse gets struck. She's a national treasure. I just got the fucking to-do list, which means there's only 3. So I got I got to find whatever the suspended turret is. Oh, this fucker! I've been dealing with this bastard all night. But there's just no good angle to put down the scaffolding to clean it. Here we go. There's the final boss fight. Fucking suspended turret. Suspend your disbelief. But yeah, it's just I think as wanting to be a V singer, my man was paranoid about copyright more than anything or getting struck, because that was one of the reasons why she wanted to sing during her debut, but she didn't have any background music or anything. She was worried about getting it struck. She'd quote unquote sing for real later on, but for now she just wanted to get that debut in the books, not get it claimed or anything, so that it could go ahead and stay as a testament. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think the thing for copyright or vertical streams, I think that still works.
Oh, you mean like the copyright deadlock?
Yeah.
Fucking Owl House. That's the last
Where
one.
there's like you don't get copyright struck for vertical streams, I think.
Well, that's what Amanda was doing. All her karaoke's are vertical. And so far, like, of all the songs she's sung, of all the karaoke she's done, there's only one where anything got penalized. That was her singing at Gorilla's, like, Seaside. And that just meant that she wasn't able to get it in, like, a couple of countries. Like you can't view it in, like, Mesopotamia or some shit. Is that the right thing? I'm down to the last item. It's not the right fucking thing. But yeah, this is the type
that
of.
is the last item, isn't it?
It's the type of thing where she feels like she should have figured this shit out long ago, but she also has to remember that she's only done this shit for like 3 months. She's not supposed to know everything by now. There are people who have been doing this for like 10 years who still don't know it.
Figure it out.
And it is a blessing that she got people like you and people in FlaVR to help figure things out. Don't tell me I gotta find a way to spray in that tiny little fucking hole to finish this. It's like getting flashbacks to the fucking golf course where she had to literally spray out every single hole. That's it. That is the Owl House. What's fuck? Problem is getting that scaffolding around. It's so unwieldy to be able to get both sides of that fucking thing.
Can you get it with the ladder?
I might have to try. See, let me put this down. Oh, let's see if this is it. Because I haven't done a mission yet where it's supposed to. Where you need this fucking scaffolding. Because I don't even know what side of it is dirty. I mean, it's glowing like a motherfucker, so you know that this is it.
Oh, you can put it right there.
There. Oh, it's the fucking underside. Thank fuck! Nicola, it's great talking to you, and I do thank you for stopping by, but thank fuck, I'm fucking done.
Did you finish it?
Yeah. And now for the most important part.
I'm still, like, watching with stream delay.
The most important part, most satisfying part is the thing at the end where you see a little man running around doing his thing in 50 times speed. Thank fuck.
Alright, I just watched it finish on with the stream delay.
I can't even like this is one of the reasons why Amanda doesn't go too long with streaming, because she gets so tired it gets a little hard to read, because she's got to minimize everything to a 720p window so she can see the audio volume and the chat and everything at the same time. So thank fuck that is over. It was supposed to be, they said 1 to 2 hours. Oh, it's been 4 hours and 20 fucking minutes. I gotta get up in like 5 hours because I'm doing inscription. And
Alright, I better let you go.
yeah, I do thank you so much for stopping by, Nicola.
I'll let you read names with chat. I'm gonna take off from Discord. Alright, bye.
Much appreciated, Nicola. Talk soon. Good night. Nicola, everyone, saving my soul, much as just like she saved Amanda's soul so many fucking times. I'm fucking done. I was told this would take 1 to 2 hours. I'm never trusting that shit again. Sensoka, you're like the only chatter, so thank you. You've also been a real homie to Amanda. Much appreciated. It crashed. Fucking good. I don't give a shit. So that's it. Another 4-hour block of content from Sandruby going on Amanda's fucking channel. Thank you for stopping Grab for a few minutes. Thanks for Nicola for being a real homie. I'm streaming it. And the reason I'm doing it 10 a.m. tomorrow is because at 4 o'clock, Amanda is streaming with Malone. So streaming at 10 a.m. tomorrow will give me a good 2 hours of inscription and a good 2 hours of Vampire Survivors, and then a little time to rest and recuperate and unfuck myself after this fucking marathon shit stream. Don't get me wrong, I love Powerwash Simulator for 99.9% of it. But that last bit is a fucking... Who puts an owl house on a turret? Fucking the owls. The owls just shit on it in disdain. And I gotta clean that shit. Good night, Sensoga. Fuck, I gotta get to bed. I'm copying Amanda's body and really feeling the fucking limitations these days. Thank you for stopping by. You can call me Sandruby. I was never here.